lucky all the same. Sweet taste of empires crumbling in the gloom. Napkin men with metal hearts around us, drawing nearer, bodies fill the room. Our talking heads parade their faces every day, showing us the way to think and feel, helping us to understand the rich man's point of view. They said it on the news and now it's real.
To say Happy Sunday, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another Chillward Sunday. Thank you so much for joining. And let's begin, shall we? So, if you have been watching the streams on the past few Sundays, then you might remember that I am working on this picture called Breathing Out. And I am near completion now. Last Sunday I got started on the shading, and I do dare say I like the results so far. I also have started shading Braveheart himself, so that is good. Let me see, what shall I do next here? Well, first let's begin with checking what I have done so I can actually figure out what to do next. So the fire is done. I don't think I am going to be doing anything else with it. Oh no, never mind. I just remembered. There are some things that I have to add to the fire that I forgot to add. I drew them on the sketch, but I forgot to add them. So I should work on that. That is not a priority, however. Actually, I could leave that for last, and before I end up forgetting, which is a very likely possibility. But regardless, I did some basic shading on the ground. I actually remember spending a lot of time figuring out the shadows on the ground, but I think it looks good. In the end, I might end up just not using the grass at all. You might remember this here. It looks good with it. I think it might look a little more natural. The problem with the grass is shading it, because it is not a lush carpet of grass like past pictures that I have drawn, like for example this one over here. Let me show you an example. Like the grass on this picture, for example. There's the grass. There's the grass. Because it is not a lush carpet of grass like this, but rather a few sparse, tiny patches. Not even patches. These are just a trio of grass blades. Well, not more than a trio, but you know what I mean. Because it is so sparse, I cannot shade these like I would shade something like this, for example. Because there's so much ground visible, I would have to shade each blade of grass individually and then draw the shadow they are casting on the ground. And well, there's so many of them that it's doable. It's just not something, you know, it's not really feasible. I would spend so many hours working on just this, and I still would not be finished by, I don't know, maybe even in a day if I worked on it. And besides, there's not just that issue, there's also the issue of perspective and angle in which the shadows have to be cast on the ground. Because you gotta remember, here's the light source. That's a big light source, and the shadow. I have talked about this on the last Sunday. The shadow on the grass would have to, the shadows rather, not just the shadow. They would have to be cast in all directions. So like into this direction, this, that, in a radius, so on and so forth. I actually spent quite some time last Sunday trying to figure out if there was some ready to boot effect that I could use to do the shadow the way that it would be needed to be done. Like, I can, for example, let me open this layer style. Photoshop has the drop shadow effect. Okay, this is something that I could use, and I have used before to do shadows a little more easily on a few other pictures. But the thing with those pictures was that the light source was much simpler than this here, and I didn't have to draw the shadow being cast in several directions. I only needed one single direction, so drop shadow works for that. I cannot really use drop shadow here because, well, drop shadow goes only one direction, so, and because I need the shadow to be cast in all directions, it really doesn't work. So I remember spending a lot of time last Sunday trying to figure out if there would be a way to do like some sort of radial drop shadow on Photoshop. So like drop shadow, but the shadow actually is cast in all directions from one central point, you know. But apparently there isn't. But I have not tried this here. Wait. Ah no, I thought I could adjust the distance at which the shadow originates from here on angle. But no, I can't. Well, there's this here, but it doesn't control that, it just controls how far away the shadow is from the object casting it. So this here would not work for the intended purpose. And spread is just basically intensifies the shadow in size, almost the same thing. So yeah, I could not figure it out. I even tried checking some information on the internet if I could do something like this with some other different software, but I couldn't find anything. I have not, however, tried to check it out myself, like with Paint2Sci. I haven't actually opened the program to see what options it has. You know what, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that real quick here. It's certainly not going to actually be quick, but I'm going to check. Did I command the program to open? I thought I clicked. There we go, now I did. Now, if in the end I cannot figure out a way to do radial drop shadow for the grass, then I'm just gonna have the layer disabled and not have grass at all. Actually, the original doodle that I drew with this does not have grass anyway, so yeah. And this is the doodle that I drew. Wow, this is actually too tiny. It's not the original, is it? Ah, this is the original. I doodled this on my 3DS years ago. I did add some green over here though, so it kind of does have grass actually. Oh, fun. In any case, if I cannot figure out the shadow, I'm not gonna have grass at all. Say, I did click open to open Paint2Sci. Why hasn't it opened? Is it running in the background? No, it doesn't seem to be. Let's see, letter P. No, it isn't. The heck? Why not? Come on, 2Sci, open. I need you. Okay, definitely clicked the thing. I don't know why it isn't running. I don't think it is even starting the process. Why? Okay, fine, no problem. Well, it is a little bit of a problem, but whatever. Do I have it on the other computer though? I don't seem to. Let's go to the other computer, and I'm going to install Paint2Sci over there, so I can try this. Suspended. What is this? A new process has just appeared here. I don't know which though. Yeah, Paint to Size definitely not working for some reason. And it was working. I used it a few days ago. Well, not really used it, but I did start the program. So strange. In any case, let's go to the other computer. And let me see here. Yeah, sure. Let's go with this here. I'm going to install Paint2Sci on this other program. I mean, on this other computer. Real quick here. Let's see, Michael, Art Softwares. Where's Paint2Sci? Oh, I haven't copied the program over to here, have I? I haven't. Alright, fine, no problem. I can grab it from the network. Here, Paint2Sci. This version seems to be very outdated. All right, fine. Plan C. Plan B was to install the thing here on the other computer. So Plan C. Let's download a new version. Paint2Sci. Paint2Sci download. Compact graphic design tool. Shut up with the ads here. Download for PC. Oops. What happened here? Hold on, the capture stopped. Ah, there we go. Alright, let's see. I think the download might be done. Yep. Yes, I do want a desktop shortcut and a stop menu, whatever. File association, yeah, install. Installation finished. Wow, that was quick. Let's place this icon right next to CorelDRAW over here. Wait, version 1? Is that the only version? Okay, then I guess the version that I have is not outdated after all. Size setup process will begin. I thought I had already done it. Alright, so while that goes, let's go back here and keep checking the picture. So yeah, I have done the most of all the shading on the ground actually. And I have also done the shadow that Braveheart is casting on the ground. I actually used Gmod to study, quote unquote study, the angle in which the shadow should be cast. And turns out I was doing it right the first time. So that is good. Actually, I think the next step in terms of shading, yeah, at least in regards to the character, is to add the hard shadows, so the shading on him is more, let's say, enhanced. Because again, this is a nighttime scene, so it's supposed to be darker, and the parts that are not as exposed to the light of the fire are supposed to be darker than this, and the parts that are more exposed to the light of the fire are supposed to be brighter. Not necessarily brighter, but if I just add some hard shadows, it should already work to enhance that effect. What else? Oh, also add the pseudo texture to his skin. Oh, scales. Because I can't draw scales for the life of me. Oh, hey, Paint2Sci has opened here on the other computer. Good. I don't know why it isn't running on this one here for some reason. I wonder if maybe this is conflicting with Photoshop. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, I have never used Paint to Sai. I tried, but when I could not do something that I was trying to do, I gave up. So let's see here. You know what, instead of using this capture, let me put it on full screen. There we go. Now you guys can see it better. Okay, let's see. Yeah, sure, doesn't matter what resolution I'm going to be using. This is just an experiment. Alright, so we have this canvas here. There's the layers stuff. Layer stuff, that's a great name. How do I add a new layer? Here, new layer. Right. Give me pencil, brush. Yeah, sure, let's go with this. Give me this shade of green. How do I reduce the size of the brush? I think here. Oh, wait. Is this right? Oh, if I right click, it enables the color picker. Alright. Oh, I'm stupid. It's down here. The sizes of the brushes are down here. Oh boy. Alright. Pick the color again. And let's just draw some random lines here. Let's pretend this is res. Okay, now radial shadows. Does Paint to Sai have effect filters like Photoshop does? What happens if I right click here? Nothing. Wait, if I double click I can change the name. This here changes the visibility. Mode normal, opacity, window, view, filter, hue and saturation, brightness and contrast, no, selection, layer, canvas, others. Scratchpad. What is Scratchpad? Okay, apparently it's just this tools box over here. Color mixer. These are controls for the colors. Say, Paint to Sai does not have effects filters like Photoshop? I thought it did. I've heard so many good things about to Sai and how powerful it is and how great of a Photoshop replacement it can be. But I was expecting effects layers, effects filters, you know, this stuff here. Wait, I can see myself now here. Right, I changed the display on the monitor. You know, this here, filter, this stuff. I was expecting it would have this. Or maybe it does, and I'm just stupid. Let's keep looking. Zoom, edit, canvas, file, no. Legacy pen, canvas acrylic, crayon, blur. I need to learn this program. Density. No, apparently it really does not have. Huh. Well, balls, in that case, this is even more useless than Photoshop in regards to what I want to do. What is this stuff on the corner here? When I click it, it turns blue, but it doesn't do anything. Okay, what does this button do? I think that's a layer mask? Might be. Paint effect. Wait, maybe this is something? Texture. None. Effect. Fringe. Okay. Mode. I know what this is. It's not what I need. Shade. Yeah, no. Didn't even add any shading there. Binary color. Well, it just turns it black. Well, this was a big disappointment. Quite the disappointment. Let's go back to Photoshop. What about that other program that I have here? Not Paint to Sight. Manga Studio. There's another thing that I should learn how to use. Is this a canvas already? Let me see. Brush, 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 brush. And color. Yeah. I don't think this is a canvas. Now that's a canvas. Yeah. Ah, there we go. Okay. Let's see here. Filter, blur, draw, effect, mosaic. No. Purling noise. Oh. This program's equivalent to Photoshop's cloud render. Blur, smoothing. Looks interesting, but that's not what I need. Blur. Yeah, blur is not the effect I am after. There's no drop shadow, is there? Raster layer, duplicate layer, delete layer, layer mask, ruler. Yeah, no. Integrate images. It's just merging. Layer property effect, edge, tone, add effect to layer. Layer color. Is that it? Just change the color of the layer. What are these? Oh, backgrounds. Yeah, that is interesting. But completely useless for my needs. Yeah, guys, I don't think that's doable. Not in the way that I need. Too bad, so sad. In that case, goodbye, grass. Alright. Let's go and do the hard shading. Now let's see, how am I going to do this? Well, first, let's go to... Actually, before I do that, let me give the shadow on the ground a little bit of blur. Let's pick a round soft brush. Large, yes. 100% strength. And the blur, that's not blur. That's the smudge tool. Michael dummy. As I was saying, blur. blur the shadow on the areas that are farther away from the light. Okay, that seems fine. Let's blur it a little more back here. And a little more. Why not? Nice. Now, let's select the ground, invert this selection, and erase the bits of shadow that are going beyond the ground. Right there. And that should do it. Let's take a closer look. Yep, that seems fine. Excellent. Now then, let's go to the group mic over here. Let's select his body, which is this section here. And how do I do this? Maybe if I use the pen. Yeah, let's make a new layer on top of this one. And I'm really not sure how to do this. Instead of using the pen, what I can also do is just simply grab a hard round brush and on this new layer apply the color black, a hard black, all over the parts that need to receive some of this hard shading, and then give that some shape using the eraser, and then select his body, select the outer part of his body anyway, and use the eraser to erase anything that is going beyond the layer itself, you know, chest, leg, and whatnot. Yeah, let me try that. Give me here the brush, size 19. Yeah, sure. It is too small, but it should give me more accuracy for what I need. Or maybe I should use a smaller size when I am using the eraser. So let's go with size 50 for now. No, 50 is still too small. 100. Yes, 100 should be large enough. Okay. So this whole part here should be well illuminated, because the fire is going straight forward in front of him, forward and up. So light here, but down here, darkness. I'm gonna go ahead and change the opacity to 80% so I can actually see the body while I do this. And yes, I know this is very wonky. It is going over everything, and this is what I was talking about. I'm going to define the proper shapes that the shadow has to have with the eraser later. As I always say, let's begin with the basics first. And this is the basics. Let's apply some of this on the back of this leg as well, and the bottom of his paw. You know, at this point I just suggest I should just color this whole layer black and give the shapes from there. Yes, I would do that. So delete this, give me the paint bucket, and boom. Okay, now let's select the body, invert, actually no, do not invert the selection. Actually do invert the selection. Give me the eraser and a very large hard brush. Shoot, wrong layer. There we go. Okay, and hopefully that's what I didn't want to have to happen. See these jagged lines here? That's what I call selection gap. I hate when this happens. It's almost unavoidable. At least as far as I know anyway. Okay. Give me the eraser and a soft round brush. Actually I might need a hard round brush. Let's see what this looks like. Maybe this could work. Yeah, this one might work. Okay, let's begin with this part here of his chest. Alright, let's erase this blackness right here. Have it be as curved as I can make it. Let's do it again. Not good. Okay, that there seems to be fine, at least for now. If anything, this should not be difficult to fix. Okay, so that is done. I would need to separate that from the leg, his chest from his leg, because I need to do this same thing on the leg. But if I do, as you can see here, some of that shadow on the chest is also going to be erased, and I do not want that. There's still, yes, I still have this here, so good. Let's see. Give me this brush, and how am I going to do this selection? Close this. Currently I'm using eraser number 100, brush number 100 for the eraser, that's what I mean. So let's pick this one here. I'm saying this out loud just so I can remember when I have to return to that eraser, I mean to that brush. So let's erase this line very gently. Oops, that was a little bit too much there. There. Okay, now let's select this, invert the selection and hide that layer. And let's go back to that eraser, to the brush eraser, whatever, this here. The problem is that this is also going to create the selection gap that I hate. But maybe I can mitigate a little bit of that if I apply some some blur with this shadow. Hopefully that will work. In any case, do that there. Yeah. This part of his leg is quite exposed to light, so it should be kind of like this. Let's do a little touch up over here. That seems okay. A little less shadow up there. Alright, that seems fine. And down here. Let's see his paw. It doesn't have to be very well defined. And a little bit of shadow back here. A little bit more, rather. Yes. Let's see. I'm not too convinced by this section over here, but I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it for now. Because that should be easy to remove later, should I actually want to. Besides, I actually don't know what this is going to look like if I apply 50% opacity, which is what I think I want for this. Yeah, that actually looks fine. Not bad. What is bad, however, is the selection gap that happened there. But I knew that was going to happen. Okay. Let's see what next here. Oh, I gotta remove from there too, the shadow from there. But that will come later. Alright, for this leg I think this is it. Let's undo the selection. And I'm gonna have to use a hard brush for this part here. And now a soft one. And back to a hard one. A little smaller, please. A little smaller. And a little more zoom so I can see what I am doing more easily. There we go. There we go. Okay, that went too far. Give me size number 2. Yes. That's more like it. Nice. Okay. So that is done. See this line going here? That's what I call selection gap. I hate that. This is going to bother me so much. If I apply blur, is this actually gonna mitigate that issue? Let's try. Shape blur, smart blur, surface blur, lens blur, Gaussian blur, blur more. No. What about Gaussian blur? Not really. If anything, actually just makes it worse. Oh boy. Alright, I'll figure that out later. And this kind of issue, by the way, is one of the reasons why initially I thought of doing the hard shading. in between, with vectors in between the liner layer and the colors layer, because I didn't want this to happen. Fine. For now, let's not bother with that, even though I am bothered. For now, let's just continue. Alright, so lots of light up here. Not so much on the back of his neck, however, so let's erase the shadows from here, from his underbelly, this part of his neck. Let's reintroduce some shadows here, because I erased a little more than I should. And also a little more here, perhaps. Okay, that seems fine. I'll have to select his body again so I can erase the shadow that I am accidentally / intentionally putting out here. Alternatively, I could be doing this with this whole shabam selected, but that would just create, well, it's still going to create, regardless, more selection gaps. Alright, so I think this whole part here is supposed to be completely lit up, so no shadow at all. I mean, no hard shadow at all. At least until this part here. Yeah, that seems good. So let's add a little bit of that here too. Let's erase. Now, I don't need this here, so I will have to remove it. Let's go back to the liner layer here. Oh, perfect. I already have the thing that I need. So select this, invert. Give me this eraser, a little bigger. And there we go. I erased a little more than I needed. I have to keep some shadow there on the line art right here. So let's not go that far. There we go, that seems okay, apart from the selection gap there, but what can I do? I have to figure something out, because that is a problem. For now, that is looking good already. See how much the shading on him has already been enhanced just by adding this layer here, without, with, without, with. It makes the contrast between the light from the fire and the darkness of the night even more, what's the word that I'm looking for? Even more apparent, I think. I think that word works with this. In any case, one little problem though. This shape here is not quite accurate. Let me try and mitigate that a little bit. Let's add a little more roundness here. Interesting. The round soft brush number 100 on the brush tool does not seem to have the same the same softness as the same size, the same type of brush with when used by the eraser tool. How curious. It seems a little harsher, if that makes any sense. Alright, curve a little more here. Very gently, very gently. I might be overdoing it. It's hard to tell until you have already gone too far. Well, not really, but it is very easy to miss the point where I should stop. Okay, I think that seems fine. Alright. Let me see what next. I think that in terms of the hard shading of his body, this is enough. Maybe I could do a little more tweaking here on his paw. Let's see. Should I? Let's pick a smaller brush. 45? Yeah, sure. Size 45. There. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Give me this one. Now I can. Now I should do this. Now I can do this. A little more shadows there. Yep. And a little more here. There we go. Hey, Boy, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for following. Happy Sunday. Thank you so much. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. How has this week been treating you so far? I hope it's been treating you well. Now let's remove a little more of the shadow there. Okay, that seems fine. Now what about this part here? Let me see, can I use a airbrush? Yeah, I think I can. Let's see if this is going to look any good. Maybe a smaller brush, size 17. The problem with the smaller brush is that the softness on the edges where I am erasing, it becomes too small. What I just said makes no sense. But here, can you tell the difference between this edge here, for example, and this edge here? How the gradient between the shadow and the part that has no shadow is softer here than it is here. It is softer here the way it is supposed to be because I used a larger brush to do this effect here, and it is harder here because I used a smaller one, so the gradient area is also smaller, and that's a little bit of a problem because I need it to be softer. How can I fix this? What if I use the smudge tool? Let me see, size 45. Also gotta move a little bit of shadow up to this, there. Perfect. Oh, instead of the smudge tool, I should try the blur tool with the same small brush that I had used. and just blur this area. Yeah, it works. It worked way too well, actually. Maybe I should use a larger brush. I need this to be softer, but not that soft, as I had just made there. Let's zoom out and see what this looks like. Yeah, I think that works. Now, of course, it does not look quite right because there's a lot of blackness going beyond his paw, and it is not supposed to be like that. But again, I'm going to fix that in a moment. For now, I don't remember if I have saved. I'm gonna save this as a new file for backup purposes. So let's save this as Alpha 4. There we go. Can I mitigate some of this selection gap? Let me try with the blur tool. It doesn't help very much. What this is doing is actually making the shadow kind of retract into the body. That's not really what I need. What about the smudge tool with a very small brush? Smaller. Let's try size 5. And like this. Okay, this can work. The problem is finding the correct spot to apply the effect to. Ah, no, it just makes it worse. Alright, one problem at a time. I will figure that out later. And then it's gonna come later and I cannot figure it out. It is very likely it's going to happen. Okay, so I have removed all the excess shadows and it's looking fine. Apart from the selection gaps, of course. Yeah, like here for example, this is pretty bad. Here is also pretty bad. But other than that, for the body part, the main section of his body anyway, that is good. Oh, I just thought of something. Let's set this to 50% opacity. And let's add, oops, not that. What did I do? Help! There we go. Let's add outer glow. Outer glow with the color black. And that did not work. I thought it would. Maybe if I change a few settings here, like change this back to 5. What about the spread? Wait, did I select the right layer? I did. Hold on a second. Oh, what's going on here? That is so strange. Okay, I'm going to use a very obnoxious looking color just so I can properly see where the glow actually is. Oh, that is very strange. Very, very strange. Precise. What about precise? Yeah, no. Let's see. Softer. Size is not going to fix that issue. Inner glow is also not gonna help. It actually just makes it worse. Does it? Change this to black. Yeah, it actually makes no difference. Alright, change this to black. What if we do this? Yeah, no difference. Oh boy. Range 50%. What if I change this? No, nothing. I am a little bit disappointed. Anti-aliased. Again, it really makes no difference. Jitter. What about jitter? Nope. Doesn't do anything. Okay, the main issue is really this part here. How did the selection work that way on that part? Why has it selected with such a huge gap when it didn't do that on the other areas? That is very strange to me. I will have to use a very small brush on this area and very carefully try to close this gap without making this new color that I'm adding here go beyond the line art like it is happening here right now immediately. Save this again. Let's reposition the canvas. Maybe I should use size 3 on the brush. That should hopefully give me a little more precision. Okay. It's still not as good as I hoped, because there are a few darker pixels that should not that should not exist there. Maybe I can balance that out with this here. Alright, first let's close this gap and worry with the darker pixels on the green line art later. My main concern is this upper area here, because this is where the shadow actually starts to dissipate into the lightness. Into the lightness? Is that right? Into the light. So this brush that I'm using here might not be very useful for that. Is someone screaming outside? I think I'm hearing voices. Let me take off my headphones. Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna close my window. Give me just a moment, my friends. I'm not even gonna mute the microphone. Alright, I am back. I really don't know why must everyone in the world apparently be so noisy when I am live streaming. It's like they want to disturb me. Also, speaking of disturbance, is it me or the music stopped? No, it's just me. Well, that and the music is actually quiet. Okay, let's go back to this after I make myself comfortable in the chair again. There we go. That's a little better. While I do this, I'm gonna drink some water. I'm getting thirsty. Okay. Now that looks a bit better. Let's do a little more of this up here. And now let's try to balance the dark and the light. Oh no. See this over here? That's something I have been afraid of. The shadow on this part of his leg has a gradient right here. You know what? Maybe. No, wait. Let me try and think this through. What if I erase this section so I can remove these darker pixels from there, and then I select just this area over here and reapply the shadow on this part. I will take that risk. So, yeah. Let's first erase these darker pixels that are not supposed to be here, or at least make them a little lighter, just so they blend a little more. Wouldn't it be better maybe if I instead use the blur tool? Let's try. Size 5, yeah. Nope, it is not better. It is actually much worse. What if I try the outer glow again after having done this? Let's experiment. Outer glow, black, yeah. It makes no difference. Why doesn't it make a difference? Out of all the places that the outer glow should be applied to and be more visible, it is only the areas with soft shading here, I mean the soft edges, that apparently actually give off the effect. We can see some of it over here. If I change it to yellow, for example, but we can see any of it with black. See, I disable and re-enable the effect and it doesn't show. And again, to be fair, it doesn't show here either, but drop shadow kind of helps a little bit, but it doesn't really work. It would have to be outer glow. What about stroke? No, stroke is horrible. Never mind. Let's keep doing the way I had said I should. There. Okay. Now let's use the lasso tool and select just this area. There. Now give him this brush number 100. Sure. And let's retouch this area here. Yes, that is more shadow than there was before. So let's take this one and redo this. Oh no, but now, now I borked this here. Crap. Okay, let's try this again with a smaller brush. Hard shading is actually not difficult. The problem is that I am completely out of practice. I haven't done hard shading in several years. And the last time I did, it was in a different fashion. This is the first time that I am trying this in this manner. But hey, you know what they say. It is through mistakes that we learn. And who knows, maybe I can figure out how to make good and easier hard shadows this way than the old way. By the way, I think I might have accidentally figured something. What if I use a smaller brush? What if I do this? Okay, with a smaller one. Even smaller. Okay, what if I do this? Okay, that has recreated that selection gap that I hate. But now with this brush here, what if I do this? Even smaller. Come on. I gotta do it. I gotta. I am trying to cash in on the softness of the edges of a slightly larger brush than the one that I was trying to use here to remove the gap. I'm trying to cash in on that, hoping that maybe, just maybe, it will, was a size 9, hoping that maybe it will remove the gap without actually creating another one on top of the line art. Now this part here is a bit critical. That is horrible. It is better down here though. So that's something, I guess. see, there is some dark going on the line art here. Is that actually a problem though? Let me put the zoom at 100%. I mean, it is noticeable, but it's not too bad. The major issue right now is this part here. That is really noticeable. I do not want to give up on this. I do not. Let me try the blur tool. Airbrush. Oh hey, the airbrush helps here. On this part anyway. Not so much down here, but that is definitely better. Okay. The problem now is that the gradient over here has been reduced. But is that too bad? It's not too bad, I suppose. But this curvature over here needs to be a little more like this. Maybe I should retract this shadow a little more. The fire is, after all, going all the way over here. So yes, I think I will do that. I might have zoomed in a little too much. Zoom out a bit. Save. Okay. And let's erase a little more of this. Ah, crap, I'll have to do the selection again. That's fine. No big deal. What matters is that I get stuff done right. That is all that matters. Wrong layer. Here we go. Oops. There we go. Yeah, that is a bit better. But that now imposes another matter. I have to remove a little more shadow from the leg here. But now I am also removing from the chest. Can I restore this? Without using selections again. Let's try with an airbrush. I will have to use selections again, but just for the body itself, because some of the shadow went outside. What I don't want is to use a selection here between the leg and the chest. That is where I don't want selections. Okay, a little softer with the brush here. Let's try with the blur now. No, that just made it worse. Undo. Ah, crap. Undo. Undo all of this. Oh, so what happened here? Do you see a sort of line going here? Is that a glitch? No, it is actually there. What the heck? How did that happen? That's not supposed to be there. What if I use an airbrush for what I'm trying to accomplish here? No, it doesn't help much. Really does not help much. This is the best that I'm gonna accomplish with this, apparently. And I still have a gap here. Ain't that fun? Okay. That seems to have been sorted out. But there's too much darkness right here on this line art. Let's try a small soft brush with 50% opacity on the eraser. Let's go with a smaller one. Size, I don't know, 5? And let's apply some very gentle strokes. Okay, that's as much as I can do. Why the blur doesn't do what I wanted to do? Or rather, the way I wanted to do. What about smudge? This is what I get for attempting perfection. Okay, this is fine enough as it is. I should stop trying that, otherwise I'm gonna go crazy, and I still have a whole body to shade. Paul, should I add some of this here maybe? I guess not. Right, save. Alright, let's see, what about this here? Here, give me a small brush. Smaller. Alright, now let's see if the blur is actually going to help on this part, or just make things worse. I'm using the blur tool with an airbrush. Okay, that doesn't seem so bad. Oops. Let's take the 100% opacity on the eraser again. Oh, there's shadow there. Oh. Let's apply outer glow and make it black. Okay, okay. Outer glow with the color black really doesn't do anything. It really doesn't. Nothing that I can actually see and say, hey, that actually worked. It looks better. It doesn't do anything. It makes no difference. Right. Let's see, what next? Let's name this layer Body Hard Shadow 50%, because 50% is the level of opacity that the layer has. By the way, what if I change whatever this is called? What is this going to look like? That's interesting. Overlay. The advantage of overlay on this is that it kind of highlights his colors a little bit more. See that the green over here becomes green instead of just a very dark black, greenish black. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Soft light, not bad. Change this back to normal and the opacity to 100%. And let's cycle through this again. Interesting. Hard light, no. Oh wow. Luminosity is the last one. Okay, so with 100% opacity, it really does not make much difference. Let's cycle again with 50% opacity because I haven't finished cycling through all of these at this percentage of opacity. You know, luminosity seems an awful lot like normal. It is the same. Subtract almost completely removes. It does remove the color. Pin light. Pin light actually looks okay-ish. Too similar to normal. What I'm trying to accomplish here is, one, I'm not entirely sure what I'm trying to accomplish. Two, I am hoping that maybe this is not only going to make the hard shadow look a little better, but also mitigate the selection gap that is going on here and, excuse me, and on a few other areas. Because you see this jaggedness going on here? That is bad. I don't like it. Soft light just makes it brighter. Overlay. Overlay works quite well for the overlay, and the other one, soft light, actually works quite well for the green part of his scales, but not for this yellowish, whitish, whatever color that is, part of his scales. Box the bee. I don't know what that is. Yeah, because it makes this way too bright. We can see it is darker here, but it is not enough. See, if I disable the hard shadow layer, it's just basically a lighter version of the soft shading that is already there. Great for the green areas, terrible for the lighter areas. Darker, dissolve, normal. Right, what if maybe I change the color of this to green? Give me green. I can't pick color from here, that's fine. Let's just make one here. Lots of saturation. Lightness. Interesting. Okay. Keep it like this. Now let's try this. I made the black green now. Let's see if these effects here work any better on his underbelly. Linear burn. That's not bad actually. But I think I still see the gaps there. Do I? Kinda do, if I pay big attention. But not as much anymore. Because now the selection gaps are actually being mitigated by this effect. So linear burn, let's keep going. So far the best choice might be linear burn. Oh my goodness, what is happening there? Difference. And luminosity is the last one. Luminosity is actually not bad. It is closer to the original black. It makes it look a little more black, and it's still mitigating, not as much as the other one that I have mentioned, but it is still mitigating some of the gap. What if I increase the opacity? Okay, now the mitigation kind of goes away, but it does highlight the shape, the hue of this color a little bit more on the darker part there. Not so good on the green though. Let's try with 100% opacity, going through all of these again. No, that's just purple. Now, let's set this to 80%. What was the one that I said would probably work well here? Was it linear burn? It might have been linear burn. No, too dark. Too dark on the green. Yeah, there's no use. Go back to normal. 50% opacity. And actually 80% opacity. How does this look with 100? Let's reduce the lightness. Yeah, it has to be black. It has to be black. Can't have an actual color. 50% opacity. Yeah, I'll have to figure something else for the selection gap there. I don't know what, but eventually I will. Hopefully. Okay, let's move on to the next part of his body. First, let me position the canvas. Horn. We only have one horn here. Let's make a new layer. I could just still use the same layer as the layer where I drew these shadows at. Yeah, could. I'm going to draw the shadow, the hard shadow for the horn, on a separate layer, and then because then it should be easier to adjust the thing there without accidentally messing up with the shadows that I have already established. And then, pardon me, and then I can just merge the layers together. I really do need to use the bathroom, however. So, I will be right back. I won't take long, just a minute. BRB. Alrighty, I am back. So where was I? Right, I was gonna do hard shadow on the horn. So let me grab a hard round brush. I mean a soft round brush. Reptane, welcome to the stream and happy Sunday. Thank you for joining. How are you doing today? Wait, why did I grab a soft brush? Wait, what was the brush that I used? I think it was a soft brush, but maybe a smaller size. Too much work, Reptane? Well, sit back and relax. Have some rest. Because today is Sunday, it is day of chilling. I don't know if that made much sense, but you know what I mean, I think, hopefully. Okay, let's see, size 100 for the eraser. Oh, moving is awful. I hate moving. Oof, and no car on top of everything. Jesus Christ. Is it too far from where you currently live? Let's see, 50% here. Invert the selection and delete the don't invert the selection, Mike. There we go. Delete that. 3 house rows up. Well, at least it doesn't sound like it is too far away, at least. But still, move stuff alone without a car. Yeah, that is definitely not gonna be a very fun thing to do. I wish I could help you, but unfortunately I cannot. Oh, you know what I can do here? Since I do intend on merging these layers together, let me bring them together here. This might actually solve a little bit of the problem that I was having with the selection gap, at least on this part of his head. So let me grab this eraser and do some erasing here. Just like this. Oh, actually, I had a different idea. Let me select this, invert the selection, go back to the layer where I am doing the shadow for the horn. Ah, crap. I am always inverting the layer, the selection, when I am not supposed to. I've been on my feet for 12 hours. That's 4 days. I am very sorry, Reptane. I can't imagine. This house where I am living right now, we moved in mid 2019, and we do have a car. It is a really old car, but we do have one, thank God. And so we use the car to transport our stuff, and actually we moved quite far away from where we used to live, so we did use the car. But is it right layer? Yes, but what was I gonna say? Wait, what's happening here? But right. Putting all the boxes in the car, taking it out here in the new house, I had to do all of that pretty much by myself. So not quite the same pain, but I can imagine. And actually I threw my back doing that. My back still hurts from carrying those boxes. There are days, most days it's better, but often it's not. And it's actually very easy for me to make my back start to actually bother me. It is awful. Alright, what exactly am I trying to accomplish here right now? Wait. So wait a second. What I'm trying to do here is to add more black on the same layer as the shadow on the horn, but when I do that, it goes really dark on the back of his head. Why? I don't have enough boxes to pack everything. Oh goodness. Yeah, I really wish I could help you, Reptane. I really wish I could help you. Okay, so I have just merged these layers together. Let me try and use the blur tool now. Alright, the blur tool does something positive, I think. Yeah, there's still a bit of a gap there, but it is not very noticeable here. Let's zoom out. Yeah, that works. That actually worked a little better than I expected. Let's name this layer Body Hard Shadow 50%. Oh, wait a second. Mistakes might have been made. Unmerge the layers. Change the opacity on both of them to 100%. Because the problem is when I merged them at 50%, both of them became got an opacity of 100%, even though they were actually 50%. So that was not ideal. On the bright side, now I actually should be able to do the thing that I was trying to do in the first place. Yeah, like this. And this should be a little better than using the blur tool. You just gotta be careful here. Oh, actually, I should use a hard brush to do this. There. And now with brush number 1, try and close this gap as well as I can. Okay, that's the best I can do right now. Let's switch to a soft brush. And there. Now let's merge them and change their opacity back to 50%. There we go. There we go. That's more like it. Let's name the layer Body Hard Shadow 50%. There we go. So I have to use one of those beach wedding things and then basically just throw in everything and drag it up to my apartment and everything back to the beach. And that it has been raining since yesterday. Well, at least that's something, I guess. I hope you are at least putting like some, I don't know, maybe some sort of plastic cover on top of the little wagon, so your belongings don't get wet. Nope. Oh God. Rain jacket. Well, so long as it works, I guess. Yeah. And also, thank you. The hard shading is really starting to make things look a little better. Here's how it looks like without it, with just the soft shading, and here's with the hard shading on top of the soft shading. I think it enhances the effect quite a lot more. Wait a second. Yeah, that sounds very tough for obtain. I really wish I could help you. Okay, I think the hard shading for the body, for the main section of his body, is complete. Let's move on to, first let's position the canvas so we can see the whole body. There, that should be fine. Finally rising. I hope you at least could take a warm shower, Obtain. I have learned from my parents that, from my father mostly, that after a rain, if you get wet in the rain, you should take a warm shower. Horn, head, mane. Oh, I didn't consider hard shading for the mane. You know, let's skip that for now. And let's instead where should I make the new layer? Because I want to add hard shadows now to the tail and to the tail and the and this leg over here. Though hold on. There should be 2 more layers at least for the hard shadow. Let's do the tail first. So yeah, let's make this new layer here. Let's go ahead and call it tail hard shadow 50% because that's what I will be using for the opacity. And let's see. Yeah, sure. Give me brush number 100, hard brush number 100. And how shall this shadow be? This part here should be completely black. And I gotta bear in mind the circumference of the tail. I should actually probably also take into consideration the mane over here. But then it goes over the leg, so no. Maybe a little more black, because I am going to use a soft round brush for the eraser. Alright, that should do it. Now let's change the opacity of this to 50% and use the eraser. Size 100. And oh, hold on a moment, hold on. Shall we maybe add a little bit more of this? Going like this. I don't know. Let's see what this is going to look like. My ear is itching. Okay, that's better. Alright. Let's start doing this here. I'm going to start very softly on the very top here. This isn't quite right yet, but I'm gonna move down in increments. Okay, that seems fine. Not really, but kind of. Oh, also I can't forget that his tail is not just going at an angle like this. No, well, not an angle. It is not just curved like this. but going straight back and then curving down. It is actually curved to the side, to his left a little bit, quite a lot actually, which means this part over here is actually more exposed to the light of the fire than otherwise. So I have to bear that in mind. And the reason why I'm saying this is obviously because, you know, perspective and anatomy and all that jazz. Okay, let's apply some more of the eraser. Okay, that was too much, potentially. Okay, now I can start to go down further with the eraser, because this part here is more exposed to the light. Until I get to over here. Alright, that seems okay. A little bit more here. Okay, that was too much. Let's do it again. That might be too much. It's not really wrong. Well, the problem is because now we can see a little more lightness on the yellow. This is not really yellow. I don't know what color this is, but whatever color this is, because we can see this part a little more with less shadow. It kind of gives the illusion that there is another shape going on there. So I don't know if you can see that, but what I am seeing there is basically this. Let me illustrate so it makes more sense instead of me just babbling. Okay, so imagine that this is his tail, okay? As if we were to cut his tail, oops, not like that. If we were to cut his tail, like here, for example, you know, so we would have a kind of this view, and we are looking at it from this perspective right here. Okay, so let's imagine for a moment that his tail is actually completely circular like this, though in reality I suppose it will be a little more of a oval shape, but whatever. The point is, what I'm seeing here with this effect in that manner is that instead of it being completely circular like this, so you have like, here's the green part and the whatever other color that is down there. What I'm kind of seeing there is as if his tail is actually curving in to here and then out right there. So it's, what I'm seeing there is as if his tail is actually assuming this shape, more or less. I'm gonna remove a little bit more of this color here. There. Okay, so yeah, this here, what I am seeing with this effect here right now is making me see the illusion that his tail is actually this shape, which is completely wrong. And because there would be a lot of light, take white, there will be more light on this part here and this part up here. So this is wrong and this is really annoying me. I hope that made sense. How to fix this? By adding more black. Okay, that's a hard brush. I need a soft brush. And now let's try and balance this again. You know, I should use a smaller brush for this. Maybe. Let's see. Now, the smaller brush doesn't help much. Let's go back to brush 100. Almost. Okay, this is better. Now curve a little more down there. And voila. Maybe. Let's take a closer look. Yeah, seems a bit better now. Not so bad. Not so bad. I'm not sure about this part over here, if I'm brutally honest with you. How exactly should this go? Yeah, maybe I am doing it right. Okay, let's leave it like this for the moment. And let's select his tail and remove the excess. Got inverted selection. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Save. Let's compare real quick what it looks like with and without the hard shadow on the tail. So this is with and this is without. With, without, with, without. Looks much better with the hard shadow there. Alrighty. Next part. I suppose the next one should be this leg over here. So let's make a new layer on top of it. Grab a hard round brush, size 100. My goodness, my mother is babbling. Boy, is that my mother? I don't know, someone, somewhere nearby, is saying something really loudly. I am listening to music, I am wearing headphones, and I can still hear them. I don't know what they are saying, but I can hear them. I'm gonna close my window again. I opened the window when I went to the bathroom because it's a bit warm here. Because I thought they were done, but they started again. So just a second. Goodness, why can't people just be quiet when I am training? Seriously. When someone around here wants to record something and needs silence, I remain as silent as a rock, I suppose. But when I am the one doing the stuff, everyone makes all sorts of noises. That is very, very frustrating. GCE official, thank you so much for the host. And everyone, welcome to the stream and happy Sunday. I hope you enjoyed today's content. Too bad you got in right when I was ranting about people making noises when I am streaming. But such is life. Okay, let's do the shading now, the hard shading for this leg over here. And excuse me. So we have light on this part here, so let's not add hard shadows there. Let's add hard shadows here. Right, and sure, let's cover the whole leg. Why not? Down there. And here. And maybe some over here. Just a little bit. Okay, now you might be wondering, Mike, what the heck have you just done there? How is that gonna work? Well, keep watching and you will see. If I can make this right anyway. Excuse me. Okay, let's see here. I am right now using a soft round brush of size 100 on the eraser tool. Okay. I might need to do a little more detailing on this section over here. And speaking of detailing, let's switch back to the brush tool, but this time using brush number 100, a soft round brush number 100. And let's add more shadows over here. Closer to his belly. And let's move this down a little more, following the curvature of his leg. Okay, that was too much, but it was kind of intentional. I gotta have some leeway. Alright. I'll go up here. And a little more back here. Alright. Let's zoom in a little bit. And maybe I should use a smaller brush now. Let's try size 65. I was gonna say 56. And okay. That should be fine. Now originally I was gonna have some hard shadows right here, but I'm seeing that I used soft lighting actually on this part for some reason. Wait, have I, or is that just some sort of optical illusion because of the contrasts that I am creating here? Could be that. In any case, I don't really think that should really be that dark. Or maybe it should. Hey, welcome back, Riptane. You know what, let's add this here. His leg is curving back there after all, so actually should make more sense to have it like so. Let's just do this here. Following the curvature of his rump a little more. Actually, that looks pretty good. Not bad. Let's go further down here, and should the whole leg actually be completely dark like that? No, it should not. There should be some light happening. Where though? I'll switch back to brush 100 for the eraser. I should probably actually use an airbrush. Alright, let's see. I am pressing the pen very gently against the tablet for this part here. Alright. Some lighting here on top of his paw. Okay, let's use a smaller brush now. And let's do the same thing but with a smaller brush. Okay. There. There. That seems fine. Let's go back to the actual brush tool. Yeah, I should use an airbrush. Let's do a little retouch on this part here. This here actually should be quite dark. Maybe not that dark, actually, because I have also to consider the reflection the light should be generating by hitting the ground over here. There should be some extra lighting going there. So let's see, brush 65, not too much, okay? Let's use brush 45, right, actually. Here. Notice that I am removing very little of the shadow from here. Very little. Let's remove very little from his leg also. Oh, okay, there. And a little bit from his paw digit over here. Very little. I'll be very gentle about this. Okay. Alanki, hi there. Happy Sunday. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. And okay, I think this is good. Let's now select the leg itself and remove the excess. Whoops. Why do I always forget to invert the selection? Vortex, hey there. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. And thank you for reminding me to drink some water. Happy Sunday. Actually was in need of another sip. Excuse me. Long time no see indeed. And you came on a pretty good stream because today I am working on a dragon picture. It's Michael Braveheart. Alright, let's check this here. Okay, that looks okay-ish, but it can be a bit better. Let's remove a little more. There we go. Now that seems more natural. What about here? Okay, maybe a little more must be removed from this part here as well. Did I remove too much? I might have. Alright, let's not. Okay, what I'm going to do next. Give me a smaller. That's 45. Let's see, give me brush number 35. And let's give the shadow on his paw a little bit more shape. Oh, hold on. Is this the right angle? Let's see, light is coming from there. Yeah, should be. Yeah, but this is too much shape. Actually, I think this might be good enough. Excuse me. That might be good enough as it is. Yeah. That seems to be good enough. Alright, so this is with the hard shadow on that leg, and this is without. With, without, with, without. Yep, I think I like it. So let's save. And other than his main, which I am not entirely sure how I'm gonna go about with the hard shadow, if any at all, I think I just gotta do hard shading, hard shadows for his right legs. So let's name this layer back left leg hard shadow 50%. Again, 50% on the name of the layer because that's the level of opacity that I am using. So that's basically a reminder just in case I need to change the opacity for some reason, and then I cannot remember what the original was. Alright, let's see about those two legs. I think I can do both legs with the same layer. I mean, both of them are on the same layer, but what I mean is I think I can make the hard shadow also using the same one layer. So let's try. Let's pick here a hard round brush, size 100. Let's adjust the position of the canvas so I can see. There we go. I need to see the fire also because I need to calculate, quote unquote, the angle at which the light is coming from. So there's a lot of light on the front of this leg, so let's see here. Hard shadow right here, and on the bottom of his paw. Okay, and on his back leg there. Considering that there is a lot of shadow right here on this one, it's not symmetrical, but I have to, because the fire is going straight forward and up, I have to consider that the shading on the other leg shall be identical to the shading on this one, which means in terms of angle of the shadow, I suppose I should have hard shadows like this on this one and going up like that, covering pretty much most of that leg. Alright, now let's set this layer to 50% opacity. Switch to a soft round brush of size 100, just like I have been doing. And let's select just this section here. That way I don't do anything to the other leg yet. And vice versa. Okay. Let's apply this eraser. Gotta follow not just the shape of the leg, but also the shape of the shadow itself. And I think this one is actually almost done immediately. Let's add a little more back here though. Back and down here. And let's balance this out. Okay. Now with a little more zoom and a smaller eraser, size 45 might be good enough. Let's add a bit of shape to the shadow here and here on his paw. Always gotta remember and follow the anatomy of the character's body parts when doing your shading and lighting. If you want to make things look natural and correct, even if you are not doing it quite right, but still, you gotta follow the shape of their anatomy. That is very important. Alrighty, that was easy. Let's move on to the other leg. This one is probably going to be even easier. And just like that, this one is almost completely done. Good, very good. Let's fix the shapes of this shadow. And angle, not just shape, but also the angle. Okay, this here seems to be okay, seems to be fine. Oh, it should have a little less light over there. Let me think. You know what? Cover this whole thing with black. Let's do the way I have done with the other leg. A soft round brush with your airbrush, actually. Soft round airbrush. Size 65, and let's follow in here the soft lighting that we can see. Let's apply this. I am pressing the pen very gently against the tablet, so there isn't that much pressure going to the eraser. Hopefully. It should be a little less than that. A little less. And also with a better shape. Okay. A little here. Smaller brush. Smaller brush. I'm gonna give this a little bit more shape there, and kind of the same thing with this digit over here and the other one over there. Alright, let's see. That is actually quite good, not gonna lie. I do dare say. Let's add some more lighting. I should save. Let's add some more lighting here with a larger brush. Whoops. Like here. Because again, there should be a little bit of reflection, light reflection, coming from the front here. Just like I have done over here. And maybe a little more here as well. Okay. Now then, let's select both of those legs. Invert the selection and delete. There we go. Nice. Save. Okay, let's see with and without that effect. Nice. Very nice. This is weird. Why hasn't the selection created a gap on the hard shadow with the on the tail and the legs? But it did here on his chest and on the back of his neck here. What the heck? I am so confused. And annoyed also because I don't want these jagged lines over here. I really don't. Oh, also I forgot to name the layer. Right legs hard shadow 50%. Oops, I typed percent 0%. 50%. There we go. Also made a type on the word shadow. SH dual. Jesus Christ, Mike. There we go. Right legs, hard shadow, and save. Alright, let's see what next. I'm not done. Oh yeah, hard shadows for the mane. Does his mane actually need any hard shading? Let's see, head mane and tail mane are together. Let's begin with head mane. Let's make a new layer above it. Let's see, what can I do? What can I do with this? Well, for this. Alright, so there's the fire. Okay. That's our light source. I suppose. I mean, it would make sense to add hard shadows to his mane, especially on the head. But the thing with his mane is that it has so many shapes. There's so many parts to shade that I'm not sure how I'm going to do this. Right. Let's change the opacity to 50% already. Alright, you know what? Let's cover the whole mane with black. And there we go. And I'll work on removing the blackness using the eraser. Let's use this small one so we can have more. I was gonna say more definition, but it doesn't really make much sense. I think what I mean to say is have the difference between the lightness and the darkness be a little more noticeable. I guess that's a term. Barry, hi! Happy Sunday and welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining. How have you been? I hope you have been well. There we go. And also another reason why I decided to use why I decided to use a smaller brush on for this part of his body instead of the brush number 100 like I have been doing for the other parts is because of how close this is to the light source. So yeah, the difference between light and dark should definitely be more noticeable here. Ah, you're also drawing a dragon, that is awesome. Dragons are the best. And if anyone says otherwise, then they are wrong. I love drawing dragons. Some might even call me a hypocrite for saying that, because I do draw a lot of ponies also, but dragons are still my favorite thing to draw. Alright, give me brush 45 with this. And back to the eraser. I mean, it's true, Vortex. I mean, I haven't ever been called that yet, but anyone who watched me on DeviantArt, or at least has ever watched any of my streams, know that I do draw a lot of ponies. And also, I favorite a lot of pony art on DA. Actually, a little more than I fave dragon art. But that's not because I do prefer faving more pony art rather than dragon art. It's just because pony art is actually more common. Actually, I think a few years ago I might have posted a status post saying, "Guys, we need more dragon art. I'm faving too many ponies." Actually, I even made a picture joking about that once. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just creating something as I go. Welcome to the club, Barry. I always say on my streams that I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, there's the picture. Let me show you quickly the picture that I'm talking about. Notice, like a 3-year-long drawing. Yeah. Yeah, wait, these are my favorites. I want my gallery. It's an older picture I drew a few years ago. Where is that? Wow, how old is that? Ah, here. Now, for someone who said he'd always focus on drawing dragons, you sure do have a lot of pony in your favorites gallery. Look, in case you can't tell, there's a difference between drawing and faving pony, alright? Hey, you can't really blame him now, can you? Have you not seen how cute these are? And yeah, this remains a true. If you go on the favorites on my DeviantArt, you will find way too many ponies there. But I promise you, dragons are still my top priority. Oh, also, I drew this back when I was still drawing every single string of hair/fur on manes and bodies of some characters. God, this was a nightmare to make. Good end result, but a nightmare to make. Yeah. Love drawing dragons. Alright, back to this here. Let's select this other section here. Actually, hold on. Yeah, that's right. Let's select... goodness, this selection is gonna suck. This is not going to look good. Let's do it without a selection, but instead a very small brush. And let's do this here. Was that the logo for El Chapulín Colorado? Oh, you saw that, didn't you? Where was that? Yes, it was. I made this. I hope I'm not gonna cry over this again. But I made this at the time when Bolaños passed away. I am a very big fan, and I actually started drawing a picture about that. I haven't finished that. I couldn't finish that picture, but let me give you a little sample. But before I do that, I started drawing a picture as a tribute, but because I couldn't get myself to finish that thing. I still want to finish that sometime, but it's difficult, you know. So because I couldn't finish that, I instead made these two here. They're the same, except the one has the red background and the other is transparent there. And yes, that is Chapolin's, or here in Brazil we call him just Chapolin or Chapolin Colorado. That is his logo, the heart he has on his chest. Let me find that. I think it's called, yeah, Farewell Kid of the Barrel. I started drawing this at the time, but I could not finish this. I still find it very difficult to look at this picture. Sorry. It's very difficult because I don't know if you know, but here in Brazil, El Chavo del Ocho, or as it called here, just Chaves, and also Chapolin, they are extremely popular and loved shows. They have been on TV for decades, and they became part of our culture. So much so, actually, that on a daily basis, you go out and you every now and then will hear someone saying the catchphrase of some of the characters from either of these shows. Just in normal conversations, even myself, I do that. Yet that's how much we love those shows and the work. Excuse me. And the work that Bolaños did. Things, even simple things like I sometimes do with some of my clients, or did, because I'm jobless right now. Like, for example, they are telling me about some issue on the computer, and they say something that I was already thinking of. And you know that I don't know, I'm not sure how it is in Spanish, but if you speak Spanish, you probably might understand what I'm going to say now. But Chapolin, one of his catchphrases is "Suspeitei desde o princípio," meaning I suspected it all along. You know, when someone tells him something obvious that he didn't actually know, but because he doesn't want to sound dumb, he says that he was already thinking of that, saying this phrase. And that is one of the things that I say, and I have heard of other people say in just daily normal conversations, saying, "Eu suspeitei desde o princípio," I suspected it all along. And other things, like if you do something that you should not do, but do it unintentionally anyway, you would say the El Chavo's catchphrase, "Foi sem querer querendo." You know, it was. How would I translate that to English? It's difficult to translate that one to English, but I think something. It is not very equivalent, but with the same sense would be something like, "It was intentionally unintentional," or something like that. But if you have watched these shows, you certainly know what I'm talking about. But yeah, we love Bolaños' work way too much over here, and it's been a great part of my childhood, so it still hurts to think of this, because it was a great loss for the world of comedy and just the world in general, I suppose. Great stuff. And for those of you in the stream who might not have any idea why I am weeping like a baby right now, and what I am talking about, I am obviously talking about this gentleman over here. This guy, Chespirito. He's the creator, the main creator of shows such as Chaves and my favorite superhero, this guy here. And the production of these shows, it was quite low budget even for the time, so effects are very, very silly, but my god, was it so funny. Oh my goodness. I hope you guys don't mind, but I am crying too much. I want to watch at least one piece of any of these shows to have a little laugh. Let me go on YouTube here. Let's search for Chaves. Let's see a very short piece of it. Oh, so this is going to be the Brazilian dub, by the way. Give me a very short one. Hold on, let me think of something specific. Oh, I know. Here. Actually, I recorded this one from TV many years ago with old TV capture card that I had. That's why the image quality is not very good. So this lasts 1 minute 35 seconds. So on the screen here, I'm gonna say their names in Portuguese. The names they received in Portuguese, but I'm also gonna translate what would the equivalent in English would be. So here we have 3 characters from the show El Chavo del Ocho, or as we call here in Brazil, Chaves. And this is from one of the episodes when Seu Madruga, which is this man over here, Mr. Don, he's one of the favorites among fans, was talking about, "Alright Barry, thank you so much for joining. Have a very good night and an awesome week. I hope you have enjoyed the little you saw here. See you in the next one." Seu Madruga, Mr. Don, or his original name is actually Don Ramon. He was talking about what's sentido figurado in English again? I can't remember right now. When you say something, when you speak figuratively. So he was talking about that to Kiko. Actually, I can't remember exactly what the conversation was, but it did involve that term, and he didn't really understand. And Seu Barriga in English would be like Mr. Belly because he's fat. Who came to the village to get rent payment from Mr. Don, who never pays his rent. Mr. Belly is actually very angry because of that. He threatens to beat him up or something. And Kiko, which is this kid over here, yes, the actor was an adult, but he was playing a kid. He turned around, he covered his face, and said, "Mommy!" You know, like scared that he's gonna see a fight. And then Mr. Don tells him, "Don't worry, he's speaking figuratively." Let me just play this here because I don't remember exactly.
Explica pra ele, explica.
Não, senhor. Agora o senhor vai me explicar quando vai me pagar os meses de aluguel que me deve.
Um momento, não mude de assunto, senhor Barriga. Eu tô pedindo que explique
Não, senhor! Vamos resolver isso mesmo que eu tenha que acabar com o senhor. Papai!
Não seja tonto, Kiko. Ele falou em sentido figurado.
Let me play this and try to translate to you what they are saying. So I will pause after every character, after every speech. Okay, so one character is gonna talk. I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna try to translate what they are saying, and then I'm gonna continue. I always remember El Chavo would hit him by accident every time he had to... Yes. there was this one episode where he even pretended to actually die and then come back as a ghost to scare him, so hopefully Chaves would not do that anymore. That backfired so incredibly. Alright, here we go.
Explica pra ele, explica.
Explain it to him. Explain. And this is the part right after Keiko didn't understand what saying something figuratively was. So Mr. Don just told Mr. Belly to try to explain to Keiko himself.
Não, senhor. Agora o senhor vai me explicar quando vai me pagar os meses de aluguel que me deve.
No, sir. Now you are going to explain to me when you are going to pay the 14 months of late rent that you owe me.
Momento, não mude de assunto, senhor
One moment, don't change the subject, Mr. Belly.
Barriga. Eu tô pedindo que explique.
I am asking you to explain to Kiko, and then Mr. Belly interrupts him.
Não, senhor!
No, sir!
Vamos resolver isso mesmo que eu tenha que acabar com o senhor.
Let's solve this even if I have to end you. And then Kiko turns around and says, Mommy!
Mamãe!
Não seja tonto, Kiko.
Don't be dumb, Kiko.
Ele falou em sentido figurado.
He spoke figuratively.
Explica pra ele.
Explain to him, explain.
Não. O senhor sabe que isso é uma conversa de homem para homem.
You know that this is a conversation from man to man.
Está bem?
Alright?
Cadê o outro?
Where's the other one? You know this is a conversation from man to man, alright? Where's the other one? Meaning, where's the other man? Ignoring that he is a man.
Cadê o outro?
Where's the other one?
Muito bem.
Very well.
Então vamos falar de homem para espantalho.
Then let's talk from man to scarecrow.
E não falei em sentido figurado.
And I'm not speaking figuratively.
Tem toda a barriga, senhor Razão.
You have all the belly, Mr. Reason. Mistaking his name for the actual word, he actually meant to say, you have all the reason, Mr. Belly. Again, Mr. Belly being the character's name. But he switched the word, so he said, you have all the belly, Mr. Reason.
Quê? Digo,
What?
O senhor tem toda a razão, senhor Barriga.
I mean, you have all the reason, Mr. Belly.
Parece um espantalho,
I look like a
mas é
scarecrow.
porque não tenho dinheiro
But that's because I have no
para
money
comprar roupas decentes.
to buy decent
Mas bem
clothes.
ou mal vestido,
But, mas bem ou mal vestido, what would that be? But poorly or well dressed,
eu sou um homem.
I am a man.
Sentido figurado.
In the figurative sense. I mean, he says, but poorly or well dressed, I am a man. And then Kiko says, figuratively.
Roupas decentes. Mas bem ou mal vestido, eu sou um homem.
Em sentido figurado.
Figuratively.
Em sentido contrário?
And then he tries to correct himself, saying, in the opposite sense,
Em duplo sentido?
in double sense,
Sem sentido.
in no sense.
Talvez em todos os sentidos.
Maybe in all the senses.
Não deu.
It didn't work.
Ah, é?
Oh yeah. And then Kiko's mother arrives.
Muito bem.
Very
Mas é
muito
claro,
bem.
claro que
well,
está bem.
of
Isso é para
course.
que saiba que... Não,
That's
não, não,
important.
não, antes de casar Sara. Antes de casar Sara. É, antes de casar Sara.
Oh my god, this show, guys, is really a huge, immense, incommensurable shame that, oops, I accidentally closed the browser. That was not intentional. It is an immeasurable shame that quite a lot of the jokes in the show would not work if the show was actually dubbed in English, because it is absurdly hilarious. It is absurdly hilarious. You guys, you would love it if you have never watched the show. I recommend it extremely. You have no idea how much I recommend you watch El Chavo del Ocho and El Chapulín Colorado. Heck, learn Spanish if you have to, because it is worth it. Trust me, it is so worth it. These shows have been broadcast here in Brazil since the 80s, early 80s, mid 80s or so, and they are a part of the childhood of so many generations. You have no idea how much we love these works. Yes, they have a cartoon. We have received the cartoon over here as well. Personally, I don't like it as much as the original show, but it is also really good. It is also really good. But yeah, guys, if you can, even if you have to learn Spanish or Portuguese so you can watch the Brazilian dub, which is actually amazingly good, even though it was made in the 80s. Do give it a watch. It is totally worth it. It is probably one of the most funny shows you will ever watch your entire life. And another thing that most people, everyone actually loves about the show is how smart the jokes, the humor is. And I don't say smart in the sense that, oh hey, these are clever jokes. Not necessarily. I mean in the sense that they never had to resort to immorality to make the jokes work, to make them funny. You know, like a lot of shows do. Like, let's say, I don't know, The Big Bang Theory, which is also a sitcom, a comedy sitcom. Sitcom. That I'm not saying that the show relies a lot on this type of joke, but it is very present there, as it is with many other shows and movies. And I'm obviously talking about sex jokes. This show, it has zero of that. Hey Joxy, happy Sunday. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome. Hello there. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. So I was saying, right. The jokes in the show, they are 100% innocent. There is no need for any sort of sex jokes or anything, let's say, naughty. The jokes just work as they are. So even a baby can watch without being exposed to anything inappropriate. And the fans love that fact about that, and that's why I'm saying it is the show has very clever and intelligent humor, because it has absolutely no need for sex jokes to make the show funny. The show is funny just for having good writing. I'm about to sleep watch TV series. Well, I imagine it might be very late for you there, Joxy. Oh, in that case, happy Monday. It must be Monday for you now. I mean, it is Monday, already past midnight. What am I saying? Derp. Obviously. But yeah, what? By the way, is this the back main already? It is, isn't it? Let's see, tail main. Ah, yes, it is. So I don't need to be doing shading here. For me right now, it is 6:13 p.m. on the on the Sunday still. All right, let's select the main. Invert selection and delete that there. Yep, there we go. That's good. So yeah, to complete this thought, the shows, all of them, all of the shows that Bolaños has produced, the humor in them is really smart, is really intelligent. The jokes are clever, they work 100% without any level of naughtiness. And that is not something that many can achieve. And mind you, it is not that easy to make clean humor. You have to be really intelligent, really smart to achieve that. And maybe I might be a little biased, or not very biased, to say this, but I have an amazing level of respect for anyone who can make this kind of humor, who can make hilarious jokes on such consistent basis without having to resort to sex jokes. If you are such a person, if you are a comedian who can do that, then I consider you one of the someone who has an amazing level of IQ, because it is not that easy. Let me name this layer here real quick, and then I'm gonna conclude this thought. Head, main, hard, shadow 50%. Oops. Alright. And this is a little bit of a problem to me sometimes. Not really a problem, but it is something. It is a little bit of a problem, because I sometimes get angry when I hear someone calling a given show, they talk about a given show saying that, hey, this show has a very, very intelligent, smart humor. Only intelligent people can understand this humor. Like, some people might decide to that they want to kill me for what I am about to say. But what I am about to say is not an offense towards the show that I am gonna talk about. But please don't take it that way. All right, this is just a completely personal opinion based on the context I have just presented to you. But shows like Rick and Morty, for example, I admit I have not watched the show, but I did watch many clips of the show and a lot of the jokes. People say that show is really intelligent, really smart, the humor in it, you have to be really smart to understand, and that sort of stuff. But you know what I noticed there? A lot of the humor, and I'm saying this based on the little I watched from the show, okay? I might be wrong, because I have not watched the show yet, but a lot of the humor that I found on the show so far, a lot of it's basically is sex jokes. And I mean, yes, it's funny, but not because it is actual clever jokes. It's just because sex jokes, it's funny to everybody. It's like fart jokes, basically. And I mean, sure, I'm not saying the show is bad, or that the humor of the show is not good, or it's poorly written. Far from it. It is a popular show, so it must be good. It's just that I don't think it's fair to call shows that rely on sex jokes. I don't think it's fair to say that they are smart, that their humor is amazing. Because if you have to rely on sex jokes, then you are just taking the easy route. And that is why there's I never actually watched Family Guy, even though the show is hilarious. There are many parts. I have watched many clips that had me laughing out loud. But I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's because I grew up watching El Chavo and Chapolin, and I'm used to this more kind of clean, let's say, sort of humor. So I consider that smarter, because it doesn't have to rely on something so easy to come up with. So yeah, I don't know how to conclude this. Wait, actually I do, since I mentioned fart jokes. One second. Hold on. Wait, where is that? There we go. Oh my god. Anyway, let's go back to doing this. But yeah, if you guys can, do watch El Chavo del Ocho and El Chapulín Colorado. Absolutely worth your time. Alright, here's the layer that I want. I don't know, like I said, it's funny. It's stupid and way too easy, but everyone finds that sort of crap funny. That's why I don't I have a hard time calling a humor that relies on this sort of thing, fart jokes and sex jokes and that sort of stuff. That's why I have a hard time calling that smart, because it isn't. It is funny, but it's not smart. Oh my goodness. Alrighty. That was a soundboard, by the way, obviously. It is a website, actually, that has this soundboard. Alright, so let's see. Brush tool. Hard round brush. New layer. Let's see. How should I go about doing this? I should do it just the way I have done with the other main. Then let's cover the whole main with black. And then change the opacity and use the eraser. So here we are. Here we go, I mean. 50% opacity. Soft round brush. Size 65 might be good enough for this. Actually, it might be too large with this. Yeah, let's use a smaller brush. Now, because I cried when talking about Bolaños, I have got a little bit of the sniffles. So I hope you guys are not too grossed out by that. I apologize. That wasn't me, however. Alright, I'm using the airbrush right now. You know, this part here is actually more soft shading than actual hard shading. But then again, I can't really do much here. Alright, let's go back to brush 45. Now this part of his mane should be more exposed to light. There we go. Right? By the way, still on the topic of Chavo del Ocho, Chaves, it is too bad that they could not come to an agreement on the copyrights for the character Chiquinha, as we call her in Brazil, but the original name is La Chilindrina, because she is a very integral part of the cast, and her not being in the cartoon, that was a very big negative. I mean, a very negative? No, wait. What am I trying to say? That was a very big no-no, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. The cartoon is still good. It's just, I think it would be a lot better if she was there. Because her character is very funny. And come on, who doesn't like her character? I never seen her in the cartoon, and I was wondering why. Yeah, that is the reason why. They could not get on the same page in terms of the copyrights for the character. With what's her actress name again? Oh shoot, I can't remember now. Angelina something is her name. But her second name escapes me now. I want to say Gomez, but it's not Gomez. In any case, she's the holder of the copyrights for the character. But apparently they could not get in an agreement, so Chilindrina, Chiquinha, was left out of the show. So actually the show has a lot of episodes that recycle episodes from the original series, from the original show. And since a lot of those, most of those actually, in fact, were episodes that heavily relied, not heavily relied, but that had La Chilindrina, they had to replace her character with what's the original name of this one in Spanish? I actually think it's the same, with the character Poppies. So yeah, she was replaced with Poppies. Still good, but not as good as it could be if the original character was there for the jokes. Or maybe I'm just biased because I grew up watching the original show, and I grew up so used to seeing those jokes being played out by those specific characters, you know, so I don't know, it's strange. Alright, let's invert this layer here, I mean the selection, delete that. And yeah, this works. Oops. Let me save. And there's one more thing I gotta do here in regards to the shadow, the hard shadow over the mane. Let's remove some of it down here closer to the tail. Gotta be very careful about this here. Actually, I should remove all of it on this part here because, yeah, I should start this over. Because again, his tail is not going straight back and then bending down. His tail is actually slightly up, but it curves to the left over here. So yeah, let's see, brush number 100. And following the curvature of the tail, there we go. I didn't remove all of the hard shadows from the mane back here. As you can see, I left some, and that was intentional. I'm just not entirely sure if this is quite correct. I might have to remove a little bit. So like curve it over here. So there's just a bit on these curves here. Alright, there we go. And maybe a little bit must be removed from here also. Okay, let's see, how good is this? Is it me or the hard shading on this digit of that paw is too well defined? No, it's just me. Alright, let's hide and bring back the layer to compare with and without this effect. Oh yes, with the effect is much better. Oh yes, yes, yes. Let's rename the layer now. I mean, give it a proper name. That's tail mane hard shadow 50%. And save. Very well, very good. Okie dokie, let's see. What next? I think the next step here is to do the enhancements on the lighting and shading. In other words, make it look like he actually has scales. This character does have scales, I just don't know how to draw scales. So what I do instead is a little bit of trickery. So let's work on that. Let's first save this as a different file, but actually, no. Let's go to the background group over here. There's something I want to try before anything else. I am going to create a new layer on top of everything, and everything is gonna be black. Boom. Oh, this actually should not go here. Never mind. Come on. There we go. Let's make a new layer above these groups. Now everything's black. I want to try experiment here with a vignette thing. Let's see, eraser size 1000? Yeah, sure. I should probably remove the background, however, so I can have a better view of what I'm doing. Oh god, that looks horrible. Ah! Give it the background again. I have never really used vignettes. I'm not even sure if I am pronouncing it correctly. I just want to see what this might look like if I do use it. There we go. Alright, now let's remove a little more there. And let's give this some opacity. Let's see, zoom out. And let's compare with and without. Ah no, this one is gonna go without. I applied a vignette on one picture that I have drawn a few years ago, recently. I mean, I drew the picture a few years ago, but I applied the vignette recently. That's what I mean. And it worked for that one, so I thought that maybe it could work for this one and look nice. What was I gonna do? Oh yes. I gotta do the lighting enhancements. Not the lighting enhancements, but the make it look like he has scales. So give it some sort of texture. I don't know how to draw scales. I tried learning. I couldn't do it. I didn't give up. I still want to learn how to draw scales. But since I can't do it yet, I instead use a little bit of a trick. My boy pulling the best vape trick ever existed. I mean, he can produce smoke. He just doesn't smoke. Okay, so let's save this and I'm going to wait. There we go. And now let's save, because the next thing that I'm going to do here is actually what I call a more major change. I'm going to save this as a new file, so I have this stage of progress saved as a backup. So in case I mess something up and I cannot fix it, I can go back to this stage of progress and do it again from here. So alpha 4 is going to become alpha 5, and I will go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. I'll be just a minute. Alrighty, I am back. See, I told you I wasn't going to take long. Okay, let's see. Right. So here's my little trickery. I take the dodge tool and I take this leaf brush and I take that brush on size 10. Is that a 10 or 15? Either one. And the exposure gets changed to either 10 or 15. So either I have the brush on size 10 and the exposure on 15%, or I have the exposure on 10% and the brush size on 10 on 10. 5 hours later, come on, I didn't take that long. Alright, let's go here. Let's begin with this brighter area here. So this is the part of Braveheart that is the most exposed to light because, well, that's his mouth. That's where the fire is coming from. And also range is set to midtones. Okay, this is the layer. And now with this brush, I do this. I need more zoom. Oops. Actually, don't need more zoom. On the contrary, I need less zoom. Also, I need to put this wire away. The corner of my headphones. There we go. And now I use this brush on his face. Just like so. Now it might not look like this effect is doing much, but the thing is, it adds up. Let's see, let's add some here underneath his jaw. And let's zoom in so you can see. Alright, it is subtle, but you should be able to see patches with a lighter shade of green going on here, going on there, there. If I zoom out, like let's say 100% zoom for example, this is very unfinished, so it doesn't look very good yet, but once finished, this should give the illusion of texture on his skin. That is, his scales, because again, he has scales. So the idea being here that this effect, the lighter areas would be like light reflecting off the surface of some scales. So it kind of sells the idea that his skin, his scales do have some texture. I don't know if that made sense. I hope it did. It does in my head. Alright, now for this part here, the color is way too bright to use this effect. I might have to change to highlights on the range. Let's see. I don't see a difference there. Let's try shadows. Also don't see a difference there. Midtones, don't see a difference. Let's do it anyway. At least I will be happy knowing that it is there. Alright, add some of this here. His underbelly is also all scales. The thing is, Braveheart, he has what many people call soft scales. So unlike most traditional dragons that you see that have very noticeable big scales and lots of spikes going everywhere, his scales are more soft, more akin like, what would be another dragon that I can compare his scales to? Toothless and Spyro, they have soft scales. You can notice the scales when you look up closer, but they are less noticeable from a little bit of a distance. I hope that also makes sense. So yeah, Braveheart also has soft scales like them. And by the way, what I am talking about for anyone who is not understanding is this kind of thing here. Like this dragon here, for example. If we look up close, that's an amazing picture. This is going to be a better, well, I was going to say that's going to be a better example, but no, this is a better example. Alright, as you can see here, this dragon has very large and noticeable scales. Like the plates on the back of his neck here, for example. You can see a big one there, another one there. On his chest, you can see these large ones. On this very big plate over here, that's also scale. There's these over here. Down here on his legs, there's these giant plates as well. These are also scales. While if we look at another dragon with soft scales, like let's say Spyro. Oh my god, Spyro's so cute. Yeah, it is here. For the simplicity of the game graphics, he actually just looks like he has skin, but you can see these details here. These are supposed to be scales. I think a better example would be Spyro from the Legend of Spyro trilogy. Spyro. Yeah, there's a better example of soft scales on Spyro. If the thing would open. Yeah, his scales are noticeable, but you can see they are not as on the face and big and poking out like that first dragon that I showed you. Also another good example is Toothless. Yeah. Toothless. Toothless is another very cute dragon. Oh my god. He's so cute. But anyway. Yeah, this is a kind of a low resolution image, but it should be enough. As you can see here, his scales are noticeable, mostly on the legs here, but as we go to the main section of his body, we can see the texture of the scales, but the scales themselves, they are smaller and not as, let's say, poking out, if that makes sense, like the first dragon. So he has scales, but they are, let's say, more discreet, I suppose would be the term. My god, that is so cute. Is this image on a higher resolution somewhere? That is so cute. I'm gonna have to remember to check this picture later, because I would like to add this to my collection. So, how big do you want your scales on your red dragon? Yeah, I know, right? Also, here in my inbox should be also some good examples of soft and hard scales. That is awesome and beautiful. But yeah, I think that was enough. So yeah, Braveheart, he has soft scales like Toothless, like Spyro, and other dragons. Where was I? So I did just add the effect here. Okay. Let's add here on his shoulder. You know, I might have to use brush number 15. and exposure 10 instead. There. Now this effect is more noticeable in here, and it works a little better here than there. But as you can see, alright, Vortex. But as you can see here, it kind of gives the illusion that there is more light reflecting off his scales, and that there is texture here, and that works pretty much. Let's see, Toothless, pretty much like the example I just showed you when I looked at this picture of Toothless. Well, this picture here actually. If we zoom again, if you look at the areas where the light is reflecting the most off of his skin, we can see texture here. We can see points where there's some darkness and more lightness, and more light, I mean. These are areas where light is reflecting off his scales the most, and in exchange, at the same time, I mean, those scales are also creating some shadow, are also casting some shadow, I mean. So it gives this darkness and lightness, darkness and lightness. It gives the idea of texture here, even if there isn't one. Although, because Toothless is a 3D model, he does have texture here, so he does actually have scales there. But what I'm trying to say is, this effect is supposed to simulate this effect here, you know? So even if they don't actually draw the scales, my god, what the hell is this? Ugh. Nightmare fuel, that's what that is. Anyway, even though it doesn't, I don't actually draw the scales, the effect should give the illusion, the idea that they are there. At least that's the idea anyway. And I dare say it works. Okay, that there seems fine. A little more light here on the top of his shoulder. And some more here on his jaw. Because there's so much light up there. The scales should be reflecting off more light. There. I hope that's good enough. Let's add some over here too, along his neck. Now his leg. Over here. Quite a lot on his leg actually. At least on that part. And here. Some on his paw. Did I do this right? Sorta. And okay, I think this is good enough. Now for the other part of this effect, I'm going to switch from the dodge tool to the burn tool. Range midtones, exposure 10%, leaf brush size 15. Basically the same settings as the dodge tool, except that this time it is a different tool. And what this should do is give the same effect to the shaded areas, you know, the parts where there's shadow. So here and here, because just as much as the light should be reflecting off the scales, the shadow the scales are casting should also be visible. Excuse me. Should also be somewhat visible. His skin is not completely flat after all. If this dragon was real, and you were to rub your hand against his skin like you would on a cat, for example, you would feel those scales. Obviously, you would also see them, and he would probably bite you for doing that. Without, probably, I'm assuming without his permission. But yeah, you would feel the scales, as well as obviously see them. Alright, so I cannot overdo the effect. This effect must be used on just the right amounts in order to work properly. In the right amounts, on the right places. Alright, this part here is very dark. Oops. So let's add quite a bunch. Let's go down here. Add to his paw. Alright. Now this darker area on his chest and on the belly. Add this here. His leg. Okay. I might have exaggerated. Yeah, I think I did. Alright. Let's do it again. With a little more zoom. So I can better see what I'm doing. Okay. Add this here. Now the problem with using the dodge and burn tools for shading is that they don't work very well on certain colors, and the color of his underbelly is such color. Let me change the range so maybe it's gonna be more visible. The effect is gonna be more visible. Nope. Shadows, let's try highlights. Yeah, it's more visible with highlights. But I gotta be careful with this. Must not overdo. This is almost right, almost good enough. Let's use a little less pressure on the pen. Actually, I should use less exposure perhaps. Because the highlights range on the burn tool is actually very effective, too effective in fact, on this color. Okay, that seems to work. Maybe a little more on this back area here, because it should be a little darker for obvious reasons. And a little more. Let's switch back to midtones. Actually, midtones really does not do anything there. All right, let's. I think that's good enough. I am gazing upon this for a moment to see if I actually think this is good enough or not. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say it is. I'm still unhappy with that selection gap that's still down there. I don't know how I'm going to fix that, or at least mitigate the issue. I haven't gotten to that part yet. Now let's go back up here to his head and add a little more of this effect right here. What if I change the range to highlights up here? Oh. Oh. That's not bad. What about shadows? Yeah, highlights it is. Highlights, let's change the range to 5%. Because I just want to enhance the effect, not overdo anything. Just enhance. Enhance a little more. And let's do a little more of that here. On his cheek slash underside of jaw. And same thing over here. Yeah, look at that. It looks better. It doesn't work on the underbelly. I mean, it does, it's just very not noticeable. What if we actually, maybe if I change the exposure? Yeah, it's still not very noticeable on this part of his body. And that's because the color is just way too bright for this kind of tool. Okay, this one is a little more noticeable at 50% exposure. Midtone is at 50% exposure. Let's try and apply some more of this. Oh yes. Oh yes, I can see it. It is quite subtle, but the effect is there. Okay, I might have overdone. Let's try again. Yep, I still overdid it. Let's try again. It went too far now. Okay, I think I did it. Let's take a closer look. It's really hard to see, but it's there. Okay. Oh, you know what I should maybe do? I have never really decided whether or not I want it to be this way, but I've always had this idea of when Braveheart breathes fire, his throat lights up a little bit, like a few other dragons, like it happens with a few other dragons, because you know, the fire. But I never really decided whether or not I would like that to be a thing for this character. It can look cool, but I've never really figure if I want that for him or not. I'm saying this because I just thought of doing that on this picture. But that is something I have yet to decide. I'm gonna leave that as an afterthought for now. Let's add some more of this here. Okay, 50% is way too much for the green part. Let's go back to 10. Yeah, that looks fine, I guess. Let's add more of this over here. A little bit there. And down here should be fine. I have the keyboard of the other computer on my lap, and this is kind of getting in my way. Let me put it away. Hold on a second. I am almost dropping this thing. I don't want to drop it. There we go. Also, I'm going to drink some water. Refreshing. Okay, horn. I'm not done with the enhancements on the lighting and shading, by the way. I'm not. There's still another thing that I gotta do to make these enhancements actually look as good as I intended to be. But the way I usually work is I do all the lighting and shading by stages. So first the basic shading on every body part, and then the whole soft shading in lighting on each individual body part, and then I go back from the start and do this effect to enhance, and then I go again and do the other one that I just talked about. What is next here? Horn. Okay. Let's see. That's dodge. 10% exposure. Okay. So here, lightning. Lightning. Yeah, lightning. Sure. On the top of the horn. 10% exposure on the burn tool for the shading. Alright, let's go back to the dodge and use highlights. Let's add some of it over here. Yeah, there it is. Also, I lied. There's not one more increment to enhance the lighting and shading. There's two. I just thought of another one that I always do. Well, not always, but most times. And I think it is going to be applied here. Not necessary, but I think it's going to be a good idea. Alright, let's see. Head mane. So that's the mane on his head. Midtones. What if I go straight to the highlights? Yeah, this is another layer where the effect does not really work very well. Now for this one, I think I'm gonna need at least a 15% exposure. What if I use shadows range? Ah, it is more visible with this one. All right. And I'm gonna use size 10 for the brush. Now you might be wondering, Mike, you are using the same trick for the mane as you used on the scales. Isn't his mane supposed to be fur / hair? Yes, it is. And the thing is, this effect, this little trick also works for fur. While on scales it gives the idea that there are scales there, on fur / hair, it gives the idea that there's fur / hair. I don't know, go figure. It just does. So I use it. Almost done. Alright, maybe another pass with the highlighting of lighting. Excuse me. A little more here. And a little more there. Now to highlight the shadows. Let's change the exposure to 15% and add the shadows. Now the thing is, his mane has such a dark shade of green. 2 dark shades of green actually. 3 if we are counting the line art. That I'm digressing, but it has such a dark shade of green that the burn tool, and also the dodge tool for that matter, for shading and lighting, have a very hard time actually making the thing look lit or lit on areas and darker on others. It can be tricky. Oh, that's the burn tool. Here I want, yeah, this one. Dodge. Okay, that looks better. Let's save. Who is sending me an SMS? Ah, it's an ad. Stupid ads. Can I block this crap? It's an ad from my phone provider. Wait. It's not on that actually, it's telling me that I have to pay the bill. But wait a second. This bill was due to the 15th. But my phone bill does not expire on the 15th. It expires on the 10th, and I just switched to this new provider, so I should not have a bill yet. I wonder if this is actually my home's internet, because it is the same provider, and that bill is already paid. Anyway, I'll check that later. Where was I? Next layer, tail mane. Oh, I'm going to work on the tail. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, let's go with these settings. Range, shadows exposure 50%, brush size 10. Dodge tool. Let's begin with the highlights. Also, is this the correct layer? Nope. This is the correct one. Okay, a little bit there. Actually, not shadows, let's use midtones. Midtones first, and then if I need, I will use the shadows range for the highlights. Off lighting. Wait, am I on the right layer still? I am not? Crap. Wait. Wait, did it just mess something up? I might have just messed up something and I'm not entirely sure what. I did just save, didn't I? Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna close this without saving and open it again. Alpha 5. Alright, tail mane. This is the right layer, right? Yep, this is. I just started the second pass with this effect here without not really intending to do that. That was unintentionally on purpose. Or as Chaves / El Chavo would say, foi sem querer querendo. Okay, another pass of this. I think it should be good enough. Now, further back here, don't think I'm actually gonna need a second pass of this effect, because this part of his tail is farther away from the light source, so it should be receiving a little less light, and therefore not be as shiny. Also gotta add a little bit of this on the side here as well, because again his tail is curved. It's curved to his left. Okay, that is looking fine. Let's do now the shadows. I'm leaning forward towards the screen right now, so I have a better sight of what I am doing. Because this is so dark. Also, doesn't really help that there is some dust on my screen. And I just cleaned this a couple days ago. I should have the habit, if not cleaning the screen, you know, removing dust, frequently as I should, at least do it before I work on any art, because the dust really gets in the way. Well, not really, it's just that on darker areas, the dust on the screen becomes more visible because there's less light coming from the screen into my eyes, and therefore the dust becomes more distracting. Maybe a little bit more darkness here with this effect, and a little bit there. And here, and definitely quite a few more here. Okay, and save. Very good. Now let's move on to his back left leg. Yeah, right here. Dodge tool. Give me 10% exposure and a brush size of 15. Alright, for starters, this seems fine. Let's add some more down here. Maybe I should use a smaller brush now. And keep the exposure at 10%. Ramp out! Yeah, they upload a new video. One of us gobble gobble. I'm curious. Oh, I think I remember this. I'm not gonna watch now. Because it might contain copyrights. Also, they probably said a lot of swear words on that video, so let's not have that on my stream. Alright. Actually, brush 15 is still the size that I need. What I gotta do here instead is reduce the exposure. Yeah, that's better. I don't think I have ever used so much of this effect on this character as I am doing now. Oh, I forgot to do this to his tail. Oh no, I didn't. His tail is next. I thought I skipped that layer. Oh, never mind. I didn't after all. So very good. I don't know why I am making this voice. It's fun, I guess. Okay. Some of this here on this part of his leg and paw. And actually don't need much else on this part here. Not in regards to the dodge tool anyway. Alright, let's switch to the burn tool. And brush size 15, exposure 10. let's work on the darker areas of his leg here. That seems fine. Maybe it could be a little better. Let's try it again. Maybe I should... I am already using 10% of the best exposure. Okay. Alright, down here, his paw. And the back of his leg over there. And here. Did I exaggerate? I hope not. I might have, just a little bit. Yes, I did. Okay, let's do it again. I wish I could have $2 for every time I have to redo something. Not for every time I decide to redo something just because I want to, but for every time I actually have to redo something because I didn't do it right the first time. Let's do it again. It's not good enough yet. Okay, some of this over there. Some of it over here on his rump. And some down here. On his paw. Okay, that seems a little better. Maybe some more here. And some more there. Okay, let's go with this and save. Now the tail. The tail should be easy. A lot of this on top. Let's change the exposure to 15 and the brush size to 10. Or should I use it the other way? Let's go with this. Actually, yes, it should be the other way around. Brush size 15 and exposure 10%. Now, a little more of this here and there. Yeah, sure. Let's do the darkness. I was gonna say the darkening. Well, I suppose it is the darkening. The darkening of this part of his tail. And also his belly down here. Now I am gonna need highlights or shadows range. I think it's highlights. Yes, it is. But with less exposure. Let's use 5%. And let's do another pass. specifically on his belly, and maybe a little more here at the base of his tail. Yeah, just the belly. At least the belly first. Now I release and apply it again to the base of his tail over here. That way I have one more undo without changing what I have done to the belly over there, because it is fine as it is. Okay, I might be exaggerating on this effect by now, but again, this is a very dark scene. A very dark scene with a very bright light source. Okay, save. I just hope that what I am doing here is actually right and is actually going to look good in the end. Otherwise, I'm gonna be a bit upset. Let me add a little bit more of this over here. And now I think I just have those two other legs over there to work on. So yeah, let's work on them. A lot of lights over here. A little more over there. Some on top of his paw. Okay. Let's give this another pass. Actually, no, let's not do that. Instead, let's skip to the shading. 10%, mid-tones. Brush is size 15, okay. And here we go. One more pass over there. There. Now back to the dodge tool. And let's drop the exposure to 5% and change the range to highlights, I think. Yes, to highlights. Put that there. I think I want to apply a little bit more of this to his leg, his left front leg over here. Yeah, right there. And maybe some down here as well. Which means that now I can apply a little bit of that here too. Just like so. Yeah, nice. Not bad. I think that's not bad. Not too bad anyway. Maybe... Let me think for a second. I might have used too much of this brighter effect on here. There is a distinct possibility. Yes, I kinda did. The problem is, if I undo now, I'm also gonna do a lot of the stuff that is good. Like this here, for example, this is just perfect as it is. Actually, this whole leg here is perfect as it is. If I undo, so I can undo that there, I'm gonna ruin the goodness over there. I'm silent because I am trying to think of ways I can make this work without having to redo everything. I could duplicate the body layer where the left front leg is, which is exactly what I don't want to redo. I could duplicate that layer to a new file and then undo all of this stuff and then bring back the duplicated layer into this file over here. Yeah, I can do that, I guess. Let's make a new file. Doesn't matter the resolution of the canvas. Body, duplicate layer to untitled. Alright, it is here somewhere. And now let's undo until this part here is undone. There. Now let's select the body layer again, this one. Now let's hide it. Let's hide the body. Sure. And this one here, let's duplicate it back to Alpha 5. And there we go. Yes, excellent. Now let's delete the original and keep working on the right leg. I'm gonna save. My idea was good. It is good to be smart. Alright, less of that here. That's not what I need. That's the burn tool. I need the highlight. I mean the dodge tool. There, just a bit over there. Maybe a little more. More on the top. Yeah, that's better. And some of this over here. No, here. Yes, that's good. Let's save. And now let's work on the other leg. And this is going to be the last part, body part, before I can do the last two layers of enhancements for the shading. I might finish this picture today. Oh goodness. I'm going to drink water to celebrate that possibility. Okay. Exposure 10%, range mid-tones, brush size 15. Let's add some lightning over here with this brush and there. Again, following what I have done with the other back leg. So they look identical on their shading, because that's how they are supposed to be. Yeah, I think that is okay. Okay, save. Let's look around. Okay, I think this is done. Let's do the next step. Now, the next step, what is it gonna be? There's two more effects that I intend on doing to enhance the lighting and shading. Mostly the lighting now. Not so much the actual shading itself. But I'm trying to think how those are supposed to look like on this picture, and therefore figured out which one I should do first. Give me a moment to think. I'm gonna be silent for a minute while I try to think. Okay, I think I have it. Give me my pen back here. Let's go back to the body layer and make a new layer on top of it. And do I have it? Zoom in. Give me, let's see, this shade of green. And the brush tool with a soft round airbrush. Size 100 might do the trick. And let's add some of this here. Smaller brush, and let's add some of the same thing over there. Gotta make this right. Okay. And some over here. Now what this should do is cause his scales to give the illusion, so to speak. Should make it look like they are glowing, kinda. Let's do the same thing with the horn. Maybe a smaller brush for this one. Actually, no. Not a smaller brush. Let's use 45. 45 is fine. Actually, 45 is not fine. Let's use 35. Okay. And eraser. 17. Remove a little bit of that. No, that was too much. Let's change this eraser to size 35. Same size as the brush tool. There we go. Let's see, let's go back to this layer, layer 10, and brush 65 or 100. Let's use 100. It's probably too large, but if it is, then I'm gonna undo and do it again with a smaller one. Alright, that seems fine. And I think that's good enough for this layer. Let's see, outer glow. Give me this shade of green. And why am I noticing a difference in the color? Strange. Well, what happens if I add inner glow with the same color? Same thing seems to happen. How odd. I think I know why this is happening. I think I know. In any case, let's apply and change the opacity to 50%. And let's see with and without this. Let's remove the outer glow and also the inner glow. Leave just the color. Alright, let's change whatever this here is. Screen doesn't look bad. Zoom out a bit. Overlay. Hard light looks okay, well, with this effect, and it does give me a little bit of glow over here. It's not that his scales are actually glowing. That is supposed to be just light reflecting off of them, because there's so much light there, you know. Linear light, not bad. Divide might do the trick. The thing with this one is that not only it seems to give me the, well, it actually doesn't really give me the glow-like effect, but it does match the color of the fire, which is something I completely forgot about when applying the color. Luminosity. Overlay. I kind of like the overlay. Overlay and screen seem to be the best. Screen is actually the best. Okay, let's keep a screen and opacity at 100%. And let's colorize this. Make it yellowish. More saturation. That's quite a lot of saturation. Well, it's gonna work for me to see the actual color that I am setting there. Alright, so a mix of green and yellow. A yellowish green or greenish yellow, whichever. Yellow from the fire and green from his scales, obviously. Set this to 50. Lightness. Keep this at 0 and okay. Alright. Opacity, let's drop it to, let's see, 80. No, 50. Yeah, 50 is better. Let's copy this layer style and, oops, and rename this layer. Let's call this body light effect 50%. And let's apply, let's paste the layer style to this other one here on the horn. and call it the same thing, except instead of body, it's going to be horn. So horn, light, effects, 50%. And there we go. Now, I kind of feel like I should apply some of this to his mane as well, at least on the head. So I might. I am not going to, however, apply this same kind of effect to all of his body because it is not required. I am going to do it, however, onto this part of that leg over there. But that should be about it. Also should apply some of that to his chest over here. I mean his neck, his underbelly. But I don't think this color is actually gonna work out very well. Also, is this using any outer glow? No, it isn't. In that case, let me make a new layer here. Give me this color. In that case, I can use a different color and the effect should work. Right. Let's see. Do I want blue? Maybe. Yeah, a bluish white might work. Maybe. Maybe a little more yellow. Like that. Okay. Delete this layer. And apply. Wow, that is really barely visible. It is there. It's just barely visible. Interesting. In that case, it is not really required here, because honestly, it really does not do much of a difference. Okay, let's see about the main new layer here. And for the main, let's pick this shade of green. Let's make it a little brighter. And use a smaller brush. I do have the new layer selected, so that is good. There. There. I think you can see where I'm going with this. There. One here. Might need a smaller brush for this one. Let's use size 10. Oh, come on, hand. Just do the shape correctly. There we go, that's better. Let's switch back to 17. I am using the airbrush, by the way. Now down here, I don't think I need much of this, if at all. I will need it for the main on his back, on his tail rather. His back also. I'm gonna go ahead and make a new layer for that right away. and already do the brush thing. The brush thing, what am I saying? And I don't need much of this here, just a little bit. Excuse me. There. A little bit more here. And just a little bit here. And maybe a little bit more. I mean, maybe a little bit. Just a teeny tiny bit on this one. Very little stuff. Not much. Okay? Okay. Yeah, a little bit higher. There. And let's paste the layer style because it should be the same. Screen 50%. And there we go. Nice. Now let's name these layers. Head main light effects 50%. And tail main light effects 50%. Now last but not least, the right front leg. Let's see, brush 65, that other shade of green. Maybe not 65, but rather 45. I gotta hide the body for a moment. Gotta apply this just with this piece over here. Okay. And also paste the layer style. Here we go. Right legs, light effects 50%. Now there's only one more enhancement that I gotta do for the lighting. Not even the shading. I think I can say that I am done with the shading. It is the lighting that I gotta complete. So let's make a new layer on top of this one, and with a hard round brush of size number 1, I am going to use a lighter shade of this green. Yup. And let's draw a squiggly line. Oh, that is not bright enough. Gotta be lighter. Ah yes, there we go. Squiggly line. I know it is a squiggly line, but I gotta do it correctly. There is a right way and a wrong way of making this squiggly line for the effect to work, and so far I'm doing it the wrong way. Come on, hand. You can do it. Is that good enough? More or less. Let's move on. What this is supposed to do is enhance a little bit the shininess, if that is a word, of his scales. Maybe I shouldn't add that here. Actually, it doesn't really make much sense. What is this?
Baker 22.
As a response to a comment I left on this video. Everything about Ghostbusters Afterlife points out towards it being a great movie. So to the producers, I think it is safe for me to say in the name of all fans. That's a weird use of the comma there. I think it's safe for me to say in, yeah, that comma should not be there. Oops. Everything about Ghostbusters Afterlife points out towards it being a great movie. So to the producers, I think it is safe for me to say in the name of all fans that we are ready to believe you. Agreed, something positive we can look forward to this fall. Indeed. Yeah, I watched the trailer. I've been watching the teasers of Ghostbusters Afterlife, and I watched the trailer that they finally released, and it's looking great. Very, very promising. Looking forward to that movie. Now, there's a fact that I am adding here. It should be a little light of this shade of green, shouldn't it? There's a fact is supposed to... Let me do a thing here first. This effect is supposed to be applied only to the edges of his body. Okay, the reason why I put that little dot there is so I could pick the new shade that I have just changed this to. There we go, and delete that. Some here on his horn. Should start weak and get stronger as he gets closer to the base of the horn there, because the light is stronger on that side. It may seem easy, but it's not as easy as it seems to do this. Oh my god! Come on, Mike. I mean, come on, hand. Just do what my brain is commanding you. Come on. Oh, I'm starting to hold the pen very hard. Oh my god, come on. There. That's it. And here. There's not exactly an edge, but there is a curvature over here, so it applies. Teeny tiny bit over there. Now, with a bit of a different color, let's pick this one. Technically it's still the same color, just a different shade. Let's see. Yeah, sure. Excuse me. There. 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 And there. Now these here don't necessarily need to be squiggly. Here. And here, wait, almost. There. This one could be squiggly. Yep, that seems fine. Some of it here. I'm not sure how this one should be shaped. And in which direction. What if I flip everything upside down? Because I seem to be having an easier time going from up to bottom. But the effect does not look as good like that. So what if I flip everything upside down? So I can do the same thing, but better. Can I do that? Photoshop? Why can't I unselect? Wait. Ah, that's why. Oh. Now that's gonna be a little bit of a problem. Alright, let's turn it around. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Ah, Cornholio, welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday. Thank you for joining. I hope you're doing well. Oh boy, something nice about Calais Duisburg. Something nice about Calais Duisburg. Oh, by the way, I don't need to flip around everything. I just gotta flip around Mike himself. There we go. 8. Oh my god. Okay. Well, I suppose that works. Alright, you know what? I should save first. Save. There we go. Now I can do this. Now, something nice about Calais Duisburg. I'm trying to think. I actually do have to think a little hard about this. I haven't been there myself, only seen pictures and videos of it, but the changes the add-on team made to the entrance of Duisburg, right in front of the gas station itself, I think those are very nice. They look cool, they look neat, and those things on the road to slow people down, that is great. And the best part is that there is, or at least there was, last time I saw it, there was an outdoor promoting American Truck Simulator, so that's a plus there. How about you can ban all of the reckless effing idiots? I cannot say much. But absolutely, anyone who doesn't follow the rules must be removed. Alright, let's see if I can do this now correctly, the way I intend. You know you want to agree. Let's just say that people who don't follow the rules have to be removed. Yeah, let's just leave it at that. Okay. Again, it's just a freaking squiggly line, but there is one way to do it right, and I have to do it right. So far, I'm doing it in all the wrong ways. Come on, I don't even know if this is gonna look any good, to be honest. Also should be this way, I think. Yeah. Wait, should it? Now I am confused. Because everything is upside down. Oh. Yeah. I gotta have it curved like this. Kinda. Ah my god, come on hand, just do what the brain is commanding you. This is the first time that I flip a drawing upside down to get something done. Or in any direction, for that matter. Oh my god. Come on, hand. Just do it. Just do it. Almost had it. Oh my god. Did you get it? Now I am turning my head to the side. Maybe? Let's flip him back. There. I think that's as best as I can make it. Let's leave it at that. And move on to adding some of this to his tail. And here we go again, redoing the squiggly line several times. I wish I could have $2 for every time I have to redo this until I get it right. That would be fantastic. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah, wait. Yes. Wait. Almost. That, but also not quite that. I need this side to be more visible than this side, and it was the other way around. Okay, maybe this is it. Let's see. Put it there. Yeah, okay. Let's go with that. Seems to be fine. Now. Oh, hold on. I gotta add some of this to his mane as well. And yes, I am doing all of this on the same layer. That's how I usually do it. Although I think the color should be changed now. Let's save. And let's make this a little darker. Almost. Yeah, it needs to be darker. Let's pick this shade of green. Make it brighter. Yeah, let's try again. Okay, that's still the wrong shade of green. Oh my god, why is it still the wrong shade of green? Jesus. For how many shades of green have I gone through already? 50? 50 shades of green? I'm not going to explain that joke. Let's just forget that I said that. Oh my god. Here we go again with the redoing several times until I get it right. Ah, come on, hand. You can do it. You can do it, you stupid. Yeah. There. That's because I called my hand stupid. And I was like, I'm not stupid. There we go. And maybe here. No. Here. No, wait. Yeah, almost. Almost had it. Yeah. Okay, fine, whatever. Like that is good enough, I guess. A little bit of this back here. This might be the wrong shade of green for this part. Well, so long as it looks good once I finish the effect, that's what matters. Yeah, this is definitely the wrong shade of green. Undo, 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 undo. No, that's good enough for undoing. Give me this. Aha, yes, this shade is better. Now these squiggly lines that I am drawing, that I am struggling to draw, I should say, these are supposed to enhance the lighting, obviously, but in a way that it looks like his mane and his scales have an extra shine. After all, like I said earlier, he does have smooth scales, and the surface of these scales is also smooth, so they can be a bit reflective under the right light conditions. Okay, and that should be good enough for that. Don't think I need any more of this, maybe. One here. There. Very faint. Alright. Now let's see. Save. Always remember to save your progress, whatever you're doing. Frequently save your progress. Outer glow. And changed this color. Okay. Let's see. Distance, I mean size. Actually 5 might be good enough for the size of this. Yeah, let's keep it at 5. Change the opacity to 50%. I always begin with 50%. And I think 50 is perfect. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It works. The effect works. Let's call this layer Light Reflections 50%. Wait. Yeah, I think that's right. Let's see what next. I gotta think again. I think I have finished all of the shading I needed to do on Braveheart. And also I don't think I'm gonna need any more shading on the ground itself. The background definitely does not require any shading, because if you have watched the Chill Art Sunday a couple weeks ago, you might recall that I actually recycled this background. There are new elements to it, obviously, but the bulk of the background is recycled from another picture. And for any of you who missed, this is the background on this picture, right? And this is that same background. Wait. I recycled from this picture. I'll make them burn. The only wait, is it from that one? No. Now I can't even figure out which which picture I recycled this background from. Oh wait, I think I remember now. Gallery. It was a commission. It was a commission with Braveheart. No, it was not that. It was this. Was it? Yes, it was. There's a version of this picture without Braveheart, so we can see just the background. Yeah, oh, that's a high, very big resolution. Alright. So that background is actually, this background. And you can see the similarities, I suppose. Actually, I didn't recycle this background alone. Actually, I made a mishmash. The forest is from this background, but not the mountains. I have no recollection of where I got the mountains from. I did make these mountains myself, though for this picture I copied them over from another picture that I had drawn before. And I can't remember which picture it was from. Maybe if I see it, I will know it. I might have recycled the mountains from this picture. I'll make them burn. Yeah, it might have been from these. From this one. But yeah, regardless. The background. That looks cute. That is cute. I'm gonna add this to my collection. The background does not require any shading. And I think the ground is not going to require any further attention. I'm still sad that I cannot really use the grass that I wanted. What is the grass going to look like with all the shading here in place anyway? It would look so much better with the grass. It definitely would look so much better with the grass. There's gotta be a way I can do radial shading, radial drop shadowing. There must be a way. Let me zoom in a little bit. What if I just use 90 degrees drop shadow? No. Okay, maybe blurring the size a little bit more, like this. We can still see the shadow being completely vertical. And again, like I said many times before, it doesn't work for this picture. Bevel and emboss. Set this at 30%, 90%, not 30. Also not percent, degrees. And change this color to that. Not quite. More yellowish. Right? And altitude. No, soften. Let's increase the soften here. Sure. And okay. Shading wise, the grass does not look bad. The problem is what I said before, with the angle at which the shadows from each leaf blade is being cast. And that's a problem because since the light source is over here, going in a straight line in front of the dragon, it's going straight forward and up. The light is being irradiated in all directions. So these shadows should be going in all directions also. Although to be fair, in the way that I have just made it like this, it does not look so bad. It doesn't look as good as I need it to be honest, but it could be worse, I guess. Okay, let's assume for a moment that I actually do use the grass like this. I need to bring it down below the shadow. Also, this is Braveheart's shadow, so yes, it has to go there. Alright, that looks more natural. So that is good. Hey, welcome back, Vortex. And I might need to add another layer of shadow on the ground, but only on the sides over here. But this one over the grass. That is, the grass layer. Let's experiment with that. Let's select the ground. Yep. And here the new layer. Give me a hard round brush. Large size, a little larger please. That's good enough. Black. Black like my soul. Okay, that is not what I intended to do. Whoops. I just went on full automatic right there. But that's fine. Let's change the size of this eraser to 1000. And let's do this. What I have done there by accident might actually be a good thing. So I suppose I could say I did that intentionally, unintentionally on purpose. As El Chavo Chavez would say. That was actually accidental. Okay, let's see. I would like to cover... Oh. Wait, well, what? What's going on with this selection there? This is not right. Okay, I'll have to do the selection again because this is not correct. Wait. Is it because of the tolerance over here? Let's set it to 1. It might have been because of the tolerance. All right, let's do this again. Okay. Now eraser. What I originally intended to do, I'll do this again. What I originally intended to do was to add darkness, black, to just this side here and this side here, not the whole thing. Oops. There we go. Now in before I struggled to get this done correctly like the first time. Okay, this seems fine. Let's see. Ah, what the heck? It still had made a gap there. Why? Wait. Is that gap the actual... Actually the texture? No, it is not. Wait, what? What the hell? Oh, wait, what? It is ground. Okay, it is the ground layer, which... What the heck? Oh, I see. Okay, I forgot I had done that. In any case, wait, so is this the layer that I actually have to select to get the effect to actually work the way I want? Fine. Third time's a charm. I better be right this time. Because I have no idea how many more times I will be able to get this done correctly. Well, I'll just keep on trying until I do it. It's the trying that bothers me. Alright, I already got it wrong there. Okay, seems a bit better. Alright. Let's zoom in and see if the selection was correct this time. Ah, okay, this time it was right. Alrighty. Now, I kind of would like to have these patches of grass also covered by this shadow, if I'm honest. You see these pieces of grass poking out? What if I select the grass layer and do the same thing I have just done with this shadow, but over that one, over that selection specifically? It is not going to work. I can already tell it is not going to work. Certainly not as well as I'm hoping anyway. Well, I tried. Alright, one problem at a time. Let's see how bad this is. There's quite a bunch of grass over there. There's a big one over there. Okay. I gotta say though, with what I have just made here, oh, look at the lighting. What difference this layer makes. And I'm not done. Let's change the opacity. 50%. Is 50% good enough? Let's see. Let's increase the opacity to, or rather decrease to 60, 70. Let's see, 70%. Ah, What if I do 80? I think 80 might be the sweet spot. Yes, my friends. 80 is the sweet spot. Okay, let's name this layer round, I don't know, hard shadow? Nah, just shadow. Round shadow 80%. And save. Okay, now I will make a new layer above this one. And let's see what I can do about these patches of grass. Give me, let's see, a soft round airbrush of size, I don't know, 5. Yeah, sure. Size 5. And let's try and cover, actually not this one. Let's use a regular soft round brush. Yeah. Let's cover these blades of grass with black. Actually, this might not look as good as if I were using the that. My brain just stopped responding for a second there. Not paintbrush, airbrush. Jesus, my brain completely locked up there. Ah yes, this is better. Maybe if I use a brush size 3. Let's see. Because size 3 will also give me a little more accuracy. There. And I probably might not even have to do any opacity control on these. Just gotta be very gentle. Now pay close attention to what I'm doing here. I am literally doing shadows on each individual blade of grass on this freaking ground. I'm doing this only for these patches that are poking out of the ground, you know, showing in front of the background the actual forest that is down there. So this is not much, but imagine if I have to do this for every single one of these across the entirety of the ground layer. I cannot, well, I can technically, but I cannot bear doing that. Also, I'm not sure if what I'm doing here right now is actually going to look any good, so I might be doing this all for nothing. I just saved out of the instinct, didn't even notice. Only realized because I saw the indicator going here. And I was like, wait, what? Okay. Now my objective here is kind of to make this shading that I'm doing here blend with the shadow on the ground. Which, by the way, there might be something that I can do to make this even better. Let me finish the grass first, though. Okay. I am almost halfway done. There's a blade over here. This one needs quite a bunch of attention. There we go. Same thing here. Nice and easy. This one is barely noticeable, but it is there. And I know it is there. I could ignore it, but I can't. Because I know it's there. And knowing is enough to annoy me. Oops, I exaggerated here. I mean, knowing without doing anything about it is enough to annoy me. Okay. I think just a couple more patches and I should be done with this. It's a bit too dark, but it works, I guess. Well, I'll know if it actually works once I look at the full picture. Literally. For this one here, I should probably be using a larger brush, to be honest. I think it would make my life a little easier, but it's fine as it is. Well, not really, but could be worse. Ah! About done. Let's erase this teeny tiny portion over here. Alright, let's see. Yes, from a distance, it looks a bit better. Let me save and experiment with that idea I just had. So let's select the ground shadow layer over here. Take a, I don't know, size 100 on a soft round brush for the eraser. No, size 200. And let's run it just on the outside. Is it actually applying? Yes, it is. Hold on a second. Hide that new thing that they have just made there. Alright, let's do this all across the ground. Only on this edge, by the way. The idea here being that, as we can see, there it is. Although it is nighttime, there is some light on the background. It is not 100% pitch black. So, what I'm doing here should give the idea that some of that light is being cast on here. And it also helps with the blending of the shadows that I drew on the grass there. Okay, yeah, that seems to work. Let's name this layer. I thought about merging this layer with the shadow of the ground, but it's best to keep them separate. So let's name this one grass. Grass shadow, sure. Grass shadow, no percentage there because I am using 100% opacity already. And man, this makes a difference. And speaking of difference, there's yet another thing that I might be able to do here to improve this even further. Let's select the ground layer again and make a new layer right here above the dirt texture, and with a soft round brush of size, let's see, 500 perhaps. Alright, yeah, let's try with 500. And some shade of purple from the background. Do I want this purple? Sure. Let's apply this here to just to the edge. Let me hide the shadow first so I can better see what I'm doing. Let's apply this to just to the edge. Maybe I should use a larger brush. Let's try 1000. Also, I should hide the character as well. Yeah. Wow, his shadow on the ground looks really weird without him. Yes, here. Let's apply just a hint of purple on the edge of the ground there. There we go. Let's have Braveheart back in the picture, and bring back the shadows. Oh, what if I bring this over the grass? Okay, over the grass is a bad idea. Yeah, it's still a bad idea. Keep it down here. Yeah, look at that. Also, the shadow there on the ground doesn't seem quite correct on this corner. There we go, that's better. Yes. Now, what if I give this a little bit of glow, just a teeny tiny bit of glow, with purple, obviously. Okay, maybe not. Or, wait. Outer glow with a size of 0. I think we are getting somewhere, my friends. Let's see without this layer. Oh yes, the purple stays. The purple stays. Let's name this ground. Yeah, I don't know, light effect. Light effect. Do I want to add any level of opacity, however? me drop this to, I don't know, 80%. 50, 80. Definitely 80. So let's add here 80% and save. Now, what I have just done here opens the doors for adding a little bit of purple to Braveheart himself, specifically on the parts where there's less light. So like his tail mostly, actually. Let's try that. So let's see what that is going to look like. Let's see, tail. Let's make a new layer. And yeah, a soft round brush, size 300 will do. And just a bit down here. Okay, now let's select just the tail, invert the selection, remove the excess over there. Okay, what's with the selection gap again? Come on. Ah, for crying out loud. Let me think for a second. Maybe I should use this instead. Yeah, whoops. No, same result. What the heck? Alright, what about glow? And a purple outer glow. No, it doesn't solve the problem. This has never been such an issue before. It really hasn't. Oh, wait a second. Where did this come from? That wasn't there before. What? Is the tail hard shadow? That gap was not there before. I am 100% sure of that. Did I accidentally move this layer up? No, wait, what? Maybe I didn't. Wait. What? I'm so confused. Wait. Undo everything. Undo, 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 undo again. Ah, I moved the tail. I moved that freaking tail. Maybe that is why I have this gap over here, but not anywhere else. Maybe I moved the body layer when I tried to select it and I didn't realize it. Oh no. If I did that, that is going to be a problem. Right. Move up. Oh my god, I did, didn't I? It would be a problem because I have already done everything else around the position that this was at. Let's keep it like this. I think it's just gonna be easier if I just try to mitigate this jagged line here than to try and fix it right now. Anyway. Let's see. Alright, that is better. Now I should be able to add some outer glow in purple. And okay. Alright, let's give this a little bit of opacity. 80%? No, 50%. Now, as you can see, it is very subtle, but the purple is there. So let's call this purple light effect. 50%. And okay. I don't really think I want to add that effect to anywhere else on his body. What I do want is to use the bathroom again. That's what happens when I drink too much water. Alright, I'll be just a minute. Be right back. Okay, I am back. Also, I haven't realized before, but I have already been streaming for almost 6 hours. I promise you, I did not see the time go by. Maybe it's because I am so close to finishing this picture. Anyway, I should start thinking about ending this stream, but first I want to finish all the shading, because there is another thing that I want to do to the fire, and I think that is going to take a long time. I'm very likely going to take at least another 2 hours, more or less. Very likely not, but there is a quite big chance that that might happen. So, and it's almost 9 o'clock in my local time, so there's other stuff I should do. I need to do. I still gotta do my laundry also. Okay. Shading wise, Braveheart is done, except for that down there. Oh, there's that, and a little bit over here behind his neck. How am I going to fix that? What if I select his body with the wand tool? No, it doesn't solve the problem. Wait. Let's see. 27%. I mean, brush 27. Opacity exposure 50%. Yeah, wrong layer. Let me see if this is going to look any better. No, it still looks the same. So no, that solution does not work. Man. What if maybe what if I somehow, I probably would have to go back to the line art zone quarter draw to do this, but what if I unify this section of his body with the belly and tail and separate this section from this leg over here, and then bring that line art layer, put it here, and use that to select this region of his body, and then add man, I don't know. I would probably run into the same issue, because the issue that I'm facing here is not the shading itself, it's the selection, the region selection. It is causing a very minimal gap between the area where the effect is actually applied and where the selection ends, which results in this effect here that I call, as you can see here, this lighter shade of yellowish on his line art. That's what I usually call selection gap. And what it does is it makes it look like they're I mean, I don't even know. It looks jagged. It looks bad. It annoys me. It bothers me. How do I solve this? There is a way, and I will find it. I have already tried the blur tool. It just made things worse. Yeah, it makes things worse. Have I tried smudging? I don't think I have. Huh. I really need a smaller brush. Even smaller, please. I'm using a soft brush, not the airbrush, just a regular round soft brush. Okay, first let me save. Okay. Now let's very gently drag with the smudge, drag the shadow outwards. I have tried this before, just not on this section of his body. Oops. And it didn't work when I tried on another part of his body, because then the shadow itself going beyond the line art caused another gap, this time outside. So instead of a bright line like this, there was a dark line, and that was really annoying. Okay, there's a very tiny portion of what I have just described going on right here. I don't know if you can see on the stream, and another one right here, but I seem to have successfully mitigated that issue for the most part anyway. There's a very little percentage of that going on here. I'm going to save this as Alpha 6. Alpha 6. And see if I can improve this part over here in the same manner. Without making things worse, one way or another. By the way, I am watching DuckTales, the reboot series. That thing is so freaking good. So much better than the original DuckTales. And mind you, I loved the original DuckTales, but I'm not sure I would like to go back and watch that now. Because the new one's so freaking good. And that is how you make a proper reboot. And I think also that their choice of voice actor for Scrooge McDuck was just on point. It is great to hear David Tennant's Scrooge McDuck. And it turns out I like Scottish accents. Accent. It is a fun accent. I don't really know how to make one myself, but it is a nice accent. I like it. Alright, there's some of this going on here as well. Seems to. Although on this part I actually should be able to ignore the gap. Yeah, try to fix over here is just gonna make it much worse, so it's not. Besides, it is not very noticeable. Yeah. Alright, I think that is done. I'm still not too happy with the grass, but seems to be the best that I can manage, unless I actually go and do every single one of these. My god, no. Well, hell no. Ah, boy. Okay, these here look a little weird. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that's looking weird. grass shadow. Shadow 50%. That's Braveheart shadow. I should rename this. This black shadow. It is right. Right. And there's grass shadow. What if I bring this over to the grass? Over the grass. So that happens. Okay, what if I increase the outer glow? What if I increase the size of the outer glow here? Oops. Okay, keep it at 40 and make this darker, perhaps. No, that doesn't help. Not really. Cancel. Cancel. Alternatively, I could just remove those patches of grass. But I don't wanna. Maybe what I should instead do is, let's see, grass shadow. What if I change the color of the grass shadow? Colorize it to purple. Sure. Increase the saturation. Keep the lightness. I don't think I see a difference. I see if I increase the lightness. But now it just looks violet. Definitely not what I want. What if, let's see, ground light effect, is this a layer? Yep. What if I, excuse me, I do this. I mean, it would cover the grass as much as necessary, but you know what? I am not going to do anything else on this picture for today. Let's leave it as it is. All the shading on Braveheart is done. I don't think I have to do anything else on him. Why am I seeing the gaps that I have just fixed? Okay, it was just an illusion. Alright, good. Let's save this as a sample file so I can observe the progress. Sample 6. Okay, I don't think I want / need to do anything else on his shading and his shadow on the ground. Also, I think doesn't need anything else. I know for a fact that the background does not require any work anymore, unless I think of something new, but I don't think so. I am quite happy with the shading on the ground, not so much with the shading on the grass, but that's the best that I can manage, unfortunately. Well, I can manage more, it's just that I don't have the patience to do that. But what I am not happy with are these oops, are the is the way the shadow is working with the little patches of grass that are poking out beyond the ground itself. So like you can see here and there, you can see very green there. There's purple and dark here, but they're very green and bright over there. I'm not happy with that. Fix this is gonna be a bit troublesome, it seems. I'm having troubles with that right now. So for the next time I work on this picture, either out of stream or on a stream next Sunday, the next things that I should be doing here, that I gotta do, is sort out the shading on those patches of grass, and oh yeah, I wanted to try a fire effect on his neck here, on his throat. You know, fire going inside. I kind of want to try that now, to be honest, because on the next stream I want, oh no, the next stream, next time I work on this, I want to just handle the grass patches situation and add a few details to the fire that I forgot. And the fire up thing, oops, accidentally moved the layer, heck. And the fire thing, that is something that might take some time. So yeah, let me experiment real quick with the fire on his throat. Let's see. Yes, let's use blue. Actually, let's take blue and yellow. These are the three colors that compose his flame over here. Let's see, let's make a new layer on top of everything. I have never done this for the record. I have no idea how to do this. So I'm gonna experiment. Let's throw spaghetti to the wall and see what sticks. Okay. This shade of blue is obviously incorrect, but I don't care for accuracy right now. I just want to experiment and see what might work for if I actually want to do this effect. Not just if I actually want to do it, but if I actually want to try and do it. If not for this picture, for, I don't know, some other future picture. Okay. Let's copy the layer style from Fireglow Blue and paste it here. Now, his throat just seems radioactive now. It just seems radioactive. What if I add yellow to that? Let's copy the yellow glow layer style and make a new layer here. And add this yellow. radioactive throat. And let's paste this layer style. I see no difference. It's just blue. It's just more blue. That's because it's using divide over here. Alright, let's cycle through stuff. Vivid light. Red mix. That's blue. Divide, hue, saturation. Color, luminosity. Color so far seems to be the best bet. Let's see, 100% opacity. Let's change the thingy on the blue one. Color burn. Yeah, no. What was the original here? Color? It wasn't color burn. I think it was just, yeah, it was this one, just color. This is something that might work, and it might look great, but it is a sort of effect that I have no idea how to make as of yet, and I will have to look into it. I might have to check either a tutorial or some picture of other dragons that have this effect, because I have seen plenty of those before, and it looks really cool when done right. I just don't know how to do it yet. So either I have to look at those and try to figure out how that was made, or try to come up with a way for me to do it with my skills, or some sort of tutorial. But the idea itself, it is valid. Now, for the time being, my friends, I play a different game every week on Wednesday, Friday, and oh, before I do that, before I say the end of stream reminders, let's compare the progress. So this is today, and this was last Sunday. Wow. Look at the lighting. Oh, I love it. It's looking so good. I might reduce a little bit of the purple on the ground here and here, all around actually. So more black is gonna be visible. That might look a little better. But regardless of that, oh, this is looking so much better. I was right when I said that hard shading would be required for this picture. Hard shading and hard lighting. Well, actually, I just did mostly just hard lighting. The quote-unquote hard shading. The quote-unquote hard lighting is actually just enhancements to the lighter areas. But my goodness, I do dare say it looks so freaking good. I can't wait to have this thing finished. So yeah, let's go back here. We went from this to this to then this and this. Oh, look at the fire. This and this. Now, if I am to compare today's progress with, I don't know, sample 2 for example. No, sample 1. which was the first sample. Wow, what a difference. And this reminds me of something, of what I said of a few streams ago about the proper shading and lighting. You can draw a simple 2D picture like this, and if you do the proper shading, you can make that 2D look almost 3D. Well, not necessarily look 3D, but the shading, the proper shading and lighting, it gives depth to the flattest of pictures. Like this is really flat, but this, you can see the depth in the picture. You can tell this character is actually there, standing, that the light is actually shining on top of him. Oh, and mind you, I am no professional. I wish I was professional. I am not. I'm just happy with what I can accomplish so far. I obviously wish I was better. I am getting better slowly. Every time I draw something new, I get better. But it's a kind of progress that you only notice when you compare past works with your most recent ones. And I have to say, I have never drawn fire this good before. The closest one that I have done, which was the very first time I drew fire using this technique, was when I drew, where is that? Was when I drew I'll Make Them Burn, this one. And this here looks better than that. Then again, this one is a daytime scene, so the fire is supposed to be less bright, while this one is dark, so more bright. But regardless, I'm loving this. But yeah, my friends, I play a different game every week on Wednesdays and Fridays, and I draw live every Sunday. The streams on Wednesday, they should start at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, on Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and on Sundays at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. The streams on Wednesday specifically, those are always in Portuguese. However, the streams on Friday and Sundays, those are always in English. So if you join the stream on Wednesday and you don't speak Portuguese and you don't understand squat of what is being said, that is the reason why. But again, the streams on Friday and Sundays are always in English. So if English is the language you speak, those might be the streams for you. But obviously you are welcome anytime. But for now, my friends, I believe this is going to be all. Oh, also, I have a Discord server now. Don't forget about that. For the moment, it is a bit limited. The access is a bit limited. So currently, only members of the Dragon Realms art group on DeviantArt and subscribers here on Twitch, subscribers of my Twitch channel, only these can have access to the server for the moment. I do plan on opening the server to the public, but since I just started the server, I wanna, you know what they say, test the waters. In any case, if you are a member of the Dragon Realms group on DeviantArt, or if you are a subscriber of my channel here, scroll down, there's the information on how you can join the server right below the stream. So yeah, this is gonna be everything for today, my friends. Thank you all so much for joining today's stream. As always, I hope you have enjoyed. I hope you had fun. I had fun. I always have fun when you guys have fun, so I hope you did have fun, because I had fun. But yeah, thank you so much for joining. I hope you have enjoyed. I wish you all an amazing evening and an amazing week, and until we meet again in the next stream, God bless you all. Stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll meet again soon. Until then, bye bye.
Ooh, it's got an easy to use editor.
Present some problems and we don't know what to do. You've got Undefined new feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't try. Don't bet on taking trips because they'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. Citrus can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let them on my opinion of the chin up. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let that mark my opinion of the fate. Decide if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm. We would have a hero who's both been elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the year. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just glow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on taking trips because you've got to be more grand. You've got to think ahead and carry out the things you planned. Citrus can be your fears when you can see where puzzles lay. Don't quit on hopes or dreams when you have simply got to chin up. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. You've got to keep on sailing even when you want to frown. The world will keep on turning without matter where you land. You might as well be running when your feet should hit the sand. Shut up, don't bet on thinking trips because you got to be more grand. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your trips to trash.